Alright, next part of our playthrough, we're gonna go buy a car. Possibly the last car, or the second last car we'll be buying. We're gonna go to Japan, and we need to buy a road car. And I just decided I'm gonna buy an RX-7 because I love this car, and we actually haven't driven an FD-RX-7 in this whole playthrough. So you could go ahead and get the RZ, but I'm actually gonna go with a slower, maybe? I don't know. I'm gonna go with the RS, just on the basis of color. I don't know if the front profile is any different, really. It looks pretty similar. The car expert could tell me. I'm gonna get Innocent Blue Mudka. I like blue. Let's get a blue RX-7. Let's do that. Yeah, we're over 100 hours. So many months. It's been almost a year. We're getting to the end. But yeah, let's do the RX-7. Only thing I'm gonna need to buy are tires. And let's just go all out, because we got the money. Alright, I like that. We can't do any other tuning for this. We'll give it one oil change, even if it's brand spanking new. Let's go. So, why did I just buy a ton of tires? Because we got this boy, the Polyphony Digital Cup. It is a 10 race championship. It is normal cars only, so absolutely no tuning allowed. But you can get tires. And yeah, if you saw I paid 50,000 credits per win, nothing else otherwise. This series is entirely reverse tracks, and I think every single one of them are Polyphony originals, although most of the tracks in this game are Polyphony original. But yeah, it is very much a Gran Turismo 1 throwback. So let's get right in. And why did I pick an RX-7? Well, two things. Number one, that's what the AI tend to drive, you know, cars of that caliber. And number two, 20 laps. Every race is 20 laps. So this is going to be a very, very, very long championship. And just looking at what we got an R33 Skyline, a Lancer, two Lancer 6s, a TME and a RS, a Z, and a Mustang. So pretty well matched. In terms of tires, I'm going to start with the slicks. Let's see how these go. They'll give a good mix of tire wear, some grip, and I won't make any setup changes. Let's go. Very used to seeing this car. I think the RX-7 is beautiful. The whole deal with this cup is patience. It is a very long championship, and you just gotta vibe through it. It's a long race, you don't need to win it on lap 1. And this is what I meant. I wanted an evenly matched series where, you know, I could actually race the AI, even if it's only for a couple laps at a time. I think the biggest opponent will probably be the Z and the R33. But yeah, this championship's gonna take like 7 hours. Just full disclosure. Total. This will have to be split across multiple streams, multiple weeks. You know, I can't really do night streams these days because I'm studying for my exam and I'm using my free time for that. I'd say so far pretty good matchup. I think this series will be as fun as we can make it. Yeah, Red Bull won the sprint, so they have pole position in the race. AI doing some trolling. So yeah, like I said, the Z and the Skyline seem to be doing the best. That's a yeet. Seem to have done well in that chicane. The real opponent looks like it's the Z. So let's chase after him. I don't know how pit strategy will go with these AI. Yeah, car lore. I think we'll probably only do 3 races today. I started the stream kind of late and I have plans for later today. That Z is fast. I will try to catch him though. We'll see how his pit game is. Seemed to be pretty quick in that first yeet chicane. Try second gear. Igor, let's not know the prize cars for this one. Let's not spoil the fun. Yeah, the sprint race in F1 happened, and it was a thing. I think like the racing was fine. It wasn't as hype as qualifying though, I'd say. And honestly, you know, it just kind of got the grid back in its natural order rather than like, you know, celebrated the high grid spots. You know, because Kevin Benson's no longer 4th, Lando's no longer 3rd, Seb's out of the top 10. And the best 2 cars are all in the top 4. Instead of a shaken up order. So it kind of sets up the Grand Prix to be a little bit more dull in my opinion. Yeah, drama can happen, but drama always happens when you put cars side by side. I don't know. I still don't really like the sprint format. I don't like the concept of the sprint races. Alright, so we've caught this Z pretty fast on this lap. Just by changing the drive, and I'm going to go around the outside. I will let him pass because I messed that overtake up. Tried to go around the outside, but did not have enough space. Initial D Championship in G3. Yeah, we're in the Arc 7. There's no 88.6 in this one, though. We'll put Ryoba in the Arc 33. Alright. That lap was 5 seconds slower than my other one. bonk around the outside. They bonk the wall, so I will pass. Lancer's already pitting in 4 laps in. He was in last place, so that kind of solidifies he's going to score 10 points. Yeah, Mercedes struggled hard. I think Russell got past Vettel. I forget if Hamilton got past Vettel as well. But, yeah, Mercedes not in the points today. By getting a 3-4 finish and holding P2 in the Constructors, they are not very consistent in terms of pace. They're strange. I will say, in all likelihood, they're not going to win the title this year. Unless they somehow find some silver bullet that makes the car, like, 2 seconds a lap faster. But the way Charles is driving, and how good that Ferrari looks, doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Ferrari's going to still develop. They're going to bring upgrades too. Because they're in a championship fight with Red Bull. I hear someone in the grass. Fifth gear is not the place to be. So thinking about tire wear here. Tires are yellow. They still feel alright. I think I could aim to do a 1-stop. The Super Slicks do seem to have a 1-stop option. I don't know how the Z's tire wear is. Yeah, and everyone thinks Haas is the imposter. It's weird because Haas has a great qualifying, and then like they were what, like 8th in the sprint, something like that. Like Alpha seems to be actually the better car than the Haas. In my theory, it's the Ferrari engine that is like so freaking good. It's kind of like 2018 again. You just got a big lead there on this sector. Didn't bounce any walls. Championship does feel like a road trip. You know, something that I forgot to do, but I want to do, is I will turn back some of the soundtrack on in this game. Even if it triggers copyright. I figured, like, to bring in the full PD experience, since we didn't, we drove 100 hours without music in this game. Let's turn back some of the playlist. Specifically the copyright songs, the non-copyright songs. By the way, I forgot to mention, the Z just pitted. So he's going on a 2-stop, which means I can go on a 2-stop. Which means I could probably run softer tires later on in the championship. Let's see if I could push these tires to 10 laps. If I can, then that'd be good. If I can't, then it looks like the Z's 2-stopping as well. Maybe even 3-stopping if he pitted on lap 6. Maybe I could run mediums. Yeah, Haas got 1 point at least. Remember, it's only the sprint race, and the sprint doesn't offer that many points in general. P8 would be like 4 points in a real race. Tires still feel alright though. Carlos is P4 in the sprint. Oop, that's a wall. Yeah, Charles was P2. Oh, and you mean in the standings? Yeah, because Carlos got like 5 points, right? And Russell got none. That's what it looks like right now. I mean, you'd expect over the course of the season, Mercedes would, drop a little bit, and Red Bull and Ferrari would start to, solidify themselves in the field. Just vibing. It looks like we will be able to go to lap 10. I'm guessing the Z's on mediums. Yeah, McLaren did pretty good. They did a good quali, good sprint race. Lando did drop from 3rd to like what, 5th? But that's just because the Red Bull and Ferrari are just straight up faster cars. A good result, all things considered. Answer pits again. Yeah, the F1 Championship's like kind of like a simulation of the real F1 Grand Prix. I'd say, like, despite these being the longest parts of the game, these are probably some of the most, like, I'd say interesting parts. Because it really just shows, like, I can stack up. I do wish the AI, like, grid was bigger. Instead of racing 5 cars, we raced, like, 11 or something. Or more. The more, the better. And this is where something like GT7 could, shine. GT7 needs more championships like the old ones. Because, there's just some straight up better things about GT7 than in the older games. And holding a 26-second gap to the Z. When we pit, we'll see how much that difference realizes. We're running about 136, 137. Okay. Talking a bit about Aston. Seb got into Q3. Through a little bit of luck, but then, in the pace, obviously, he's nowhere. Yeah, F1 22 got announced pretty early, I'd say. I'm not excited for this one. I don't think I'm gonna buy it. It just sounds like they're gonna EA it and turn it into Ultimate Team. What they do with FIFA. All right, let's go into the pits. Let's pit. Let's see. seem to still have a pretty good gap to the Z. Let's see what the real gap is at that first checkpoint. $11 seconds. So yeah, if you haven't been keeping track, each race is going to be about 30 to 40, maybe even 45 minutes on some tracks. So if you do the math, you know, that's pretty long. That's somewhere between like 6 and 7 hours. So that means I'm going to try and do like, you know, 2.5 hours in a session. Or rather, you know, like 3 races and then maybe 4. I think today I'll do 3 races. At least there's no test course or anything like that. You will have to deal with Route 11 and Grand Valley and all those long tracks. Try not to push the tires way too hard so I can, you know, have an easy drive. We're vibing. Oops. Everything would be otherwise pretty good lap. Whoa, big geek. Yeah, Netflix now has ads and you pay $20 a month. Netflix has gone down the drain. It sucks because I have about, I had $100 worth of Netflix stock back when it was like $600 and now it's worth like $35. I'm not a huge investor in Netflix, but yeah, that was pretty annoying. And yeah, they're going to be cracking down on password sharing. Yeah, I don't know. The world's getting crappier in many regards. I mean, it's always been that way. It happened to Blockbuster in a way. Same thing's happening to Netflix, just in a modern version. It's becoming irrelevant. Pretty smooth through that corner. The Z pitted a second time. It's gonna pit a third time, I think, on lap 18. So, I think we have this race secured, even if we stop again. Oh, that was almost the new fastest lap. Don't touch the wall. Good job. There we go. corner, finally. See if this can get us fast as lap. Well, no, Charles Leclerc here on fastest lap. Okay, but okay. The 1:33.8. That was a pretty solid lap time. I don't know. There's not that many text errors in the MTSC version of this game. You'd have to think it's just because of the game probably being first made in Japanese, and then they have to translate it in a bunch of languages. And they probably have a North American team to translate, but I don't know if they have a European team, per se, for every language. But I thought most of the text in this game made sense. So it looks like we're coming up on the rest of the field that we're going to lap through, I think, just pit strategy and some pace. Bonk. So here's the TME, the Tommy Mackinnon Lancer. Unsurprisingly, kind of close to the regular Lancer. It's sportier, but probably doesn't hold up as well in the tire department. Yep, he's pitting. Don't know if we'll catch the other two ahead. I believe it was the Mustang and the R33. I have no idea what's the pecking order of those two. Find out, maybe. Got 4 laps to do it as I bounce around every wall imaginable. How's your guys' week? Otherwise, I don't know. It's gonna be a lot of I don't want to say dull, but a lot of just vibing, you know, on these tracks. Just cranking through the lap times, driving an RX-7. That's why I wanted to pick a car that, you know, I wanted to look at for 7 hours. I love the RX-7, so I don't mind looking at a blue RX-7 for hours at a time. Yeah, if I used something fast like a GT1 or an R390, it probably would save me an hour or two. But there would have been no fun. Like, once you drive one race, then you get tired of it. And it's just a grind. At the end of the day, it's still a game. You need it. It's only Half-Life. Have you been playing Half-Life? You know, I had a pretty busy week at work. To do a bunch of overtime. So I'm glad it's the weekend. Playing Half-Life on the phone. That's pretty cool. It's pretty easy to run on a computer if you have a computer. But I played Half-Life 2, and then both the episodes. They were pretty fun games. You're playing Motorsport Manager. Are you going to play F1 Manager 22? There's been a lot of hype around that game. I have Motorsport Manager 3 on my phone. I only play it when I'm on flights, and I haven't been on a flight in like 3 years. Almost 3 years. What's up, Luz? Yeah, like I predicted, the Z is pitting on lap 18. So I can pretty much chill out the rest of this race. I haven't had that much time to play many games. I haven't done Forza this week or much of Gran Turismo. I played a little bit just to get the daily workouts for a lot of the week, but not every day. Final lap. Looks like that was the Mustang pitting that we just passed, and we're going to pass the R33. So drama. The Mustang pits on effectively the last lap from what I think was the point where he was ahead. RX-7 does feel kind of stiff. It's a lot less slidey than I was imagining. Unfortunately, you can't upgrade the cars in this championship at all, and even if you could, we already left the garage, so to say. We can't go back in and buy more. We're stuck with this car. Let's see. I think I might be able to get a slipstream for the tunnel. Slip into the inside. I'm going to try an outside pass. Dead tires. Let's go. Gartic phone, yeah. Bumped the wall a little bit, but we didn't lose too much time. We've lapped everybody except the Z, I believe. And the Z's some minute behind. Yeah, minute 8. So there you go. I think even if the Skyline pits he will have crossed the finish line by then. He is pitting, but he'll cross the line in the pits, I think. Or will the Mustang catch him? Let's see. Oh, I think the Skyline barely got him. Just barely. Big drama at the end there. I think that might be the battle to look out for the rest of this. That and the two Lancers. I like how they clarify that the Tommy Mäkinen Lancer has the stripe. Because isn't there two versions of the Tommy Mäkinen Lancer? Anyway. In terms of points, everyone gets standard points. We have 10 points. We draw first blood. In terms of money, that's a crispy 500 grand. Or not 500 grand, 50 grand. We'll get 500 grand for the total series if we win it all. Our last thumbnail shot was on Trial Mountain, so I am not going to get one this time. So, look at that gap. It was, after 32 minutes, it was a 1/10 of a second between the Skyline and the Cobra in the pits. That's pretty close. So yeah, I'm going to go to the next session. I will consider my tire strategy depending on the track. Let's see. Ooh. Midfield's a bit tire heavy, but I seem to have better tire wear than the Z, so I will stick with what I have. Alright. Just for the occasion, I'm going to turn back on some of the music. Trying to figure out what can I could put the Snoop Dogg song back on. A lot of these I have on Spotify, and a lot of these I know will get there. Let's just go with that. I muted the game just in case there's copyright. I turned back on the Daiki Kasha song, so let's try it. I mean, technically, these songs are in GT7 in the replays. But yeah, no Vroom, obviously. Now this takes me back to being a kid, playing with the music on. A lot more vibey. The Mustang is a huge Spinella. Huge Spinella. And he's parked there still. He's still there. Is he going again? Yeah. He does not do himself any favors. Mustang. He was looking for a crowd, I guess. And look at this, the Z is not immediately shot to the lead. The Skyline is holding the fort right now, probably because of that turbo. The Lancers go wide. I think the Z is about to make a move on the Skyline. Meanwhile, I'm creeping up, probably going to get a slipstream here. See if the Z goes for the move. It does not. And they both go wide, so I'm going to have a good chance to get him on the exit here. Z goes for the exit opportunity. Ooh, maybe I should just watch the fight. Just pick up the scraps here. Let's see. Anyone go wide? I will let them pick their own line. This is like great for a replay shot if we get one though. I might use a replay shot here. Because we're all snaking. See, you can't do this when you're in an R390, lapping the whole field. Even if we only have a few minutes of this, it's still pretty fun. We're gonna do a switchback because they tend to go wide. Skyline goes a bit wide, and that means BZ slips into the lead here. Skyline goes extra wide, going for that big boy line. Goes a bit too far deep and actually gets he gets bumped by one of the Lancers. He might keep P4, but he loses out to the other Lancer, the regular, the RS. AI getting a bit nutty in this race. We made two big boys Spinella. Can we make the Z Spinella? I don't know, but we could just pass them. Oop, going big down the inside. I got no radar in this game like in GT Sport or 7. I think we're gonna go side by side here. He's gonna push me off the track here a little bit. Give me some space. I'm gonna cut him off. Oop. Hamilton at Cop's Corner be like. Choosing not to do the slipstream. We could try to do a cutback on the left-hander. Keeps it on track for the most part. He even keeps the inside line. Doesn't go wide. He's a bit smarter than the Skyline and the Mustang. Well, let's see. Straight line advantage. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. What's this gap going to be in the finish line? Less than a tenth here. I have the straight line speed. Dorito engine, go burr. Oop, you get bumped. Gotta watch your brakes here. Oh, he's going for it. Does not clip me. What's up, Slenderman? Yeah, it's been a long time since I streamed Asphalt 8. You know, like almost 4 years. It's been a while. Good to see you come back, though. GT3. In-house OST. Be bopping. I know not everybody's a fan of Daiki Kasho, but I think these tracks are good bops. Especially when you can't listen to the copyrighted stuff. I've been alright. Been a lot that's happened since I was streaming Asphalt 8 in my life, you know. I went to college and got a degree in that time. And I work full time, so these weekend streams mean more to me than ever. And, you know, ever since I stopped playing Asphalt a year ago, there's been a lot more chill on this channel. But yeah, I always get comments that like are saying like, oh, you don't get as many views, or oh, you're not as successful, and it's like you're looking at it the wrong way. You know, I always like say I was ambitious during Asphalt, but you know, I was never really going to be. I was never had the goal to be famous. There's a lot of cons that happen when you become famous, and if I'm able to stay like in a very niche bucket like I am right now and entertain, you know, a handful of people, then that's fine with me. So, Tashi, every single race in this championship is the reverse layout of the track. So yes, if you think this track is the reverse layout, you are absolutely right. Natural flow is actually reverse of what we're driving right now. And yeah, this game, for 2001, I'd say this is an excellent looking game. We are playing on a real PS2, by the way. Real controller, real memory card, component cables, old capture card. Kind of sucks because you guys are getting 30 FPS and not the best quality. But, you know, it's full nostalgia here. So actually there are some reverse layouts in GT7 on the original tracks. If you go to like St. Croix or Sardegna or most of the original tracks, even like Trowel Mountain and D-Force have reverse layouts. They're there. They're just not named 2 or whatever, you know. But since most of the tracks are real world circuits, they don't have reverse layouts. You know, something like Laguna Seca, Monaco, those do not have reverse layouts in this game. Sardinia, I have no clue, man. I have no clue how they're pronounced. I'll just blame that on me being stupid American. I always used to call the Gallardo the Gallardo until I was like 17. Like, I kid you not. Like, something way too old. And I even did it out of ignorance, because I learned it was called Gallardo when I was like 9. I was like, I'm still calling it Gallardo. But I'm better at that now. Because I haven't really paid attention to pit strategies. I don't know how the field's doing. Still get that Z all the way back, but I seem to be going faster. We're driving pretty consistent, I'd say. Look at that constant 22's up. And as I say that, the Z pits on lap 7. So he's going for a 2-stopper. But note, his tire strategy changes kind of depending on the track. This is a shorter track, but then each track has a different wear profile. The R33 pits in right behind. I think one more guy's coming in the pits. The Mustang has actually managed to claw all the way back to P4. That battle may resume. And it looks like the Lancers, either they already pitted or they are faster on pace and haven't pitted yet. It looks like they both overtook the R33 and the Mustang. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to still do a 1-stop. These tires seem to be pretty good for 1-stop races. Fastest lap, nice. The Glow. This is the first song you heard in GT7. For me, I think it was Skyscraper, which was the song that played at the very beginning of this race, and that's probably my favorite original song in this track, in this game. They should let us listen to those GT3 songs in the actual races. I don't get why they're replay only. They have access to them. Let us listen to those in the races instead of Vroom and Squad. You screenshotted every Mirage encounter. Alright, GT7 gang. What is you guys' opinion on Squad? Because it seems like you either love that song or absolutely hate it. For me, I feel like that song is out of place in Gran Turismo. It should be Need for Speed Heat. But to my understanding, it was specifically made for GT7, like the lyrics and everything. But just like the song Squad. Yeah, I thought I heard that. The thing is, like, I don't think it's a terrible song. In fact, I think it's like kind of catchy actually, but it does not fit in GT7. It fits in like Need for Speed Heat or something like that. Oh, I went more than 10 laps on this stint. My tires are still fine. I set a 122.6 on that lap. I still think I'm going to come into the pits just for the sake of getting my pit stop done and having good tires. GT7 has a lot of interesting, maybe not strange, but interesting songs. That one song in the license test category, I think it's called like Get In Your Head. It's like, it's actually kind of good. I thought it was really annoying when I first heard it, but it's like actually pretty vibey. But you only hear it in certain songs or certain parts of the game. Alright, so we're coming in for a stop. This cheats it. No, I think it's called like Get In Your Head. If you go to License Test Center, you'll hear it. Cheeto. Might not know that off the top of my head. I can't adjust the volume mid-race. But this is like the only other non-copyright song in this game is the Snoop Dogg Turismo 3. When are they going to drop this on Spotify? Yeah, Chariots of Fire played before World Series. Can't really listen to the song though. Gran Turismo 3. I know some people find this one cringy, but I think this is absolute fire, this song. Better than Squad. You know, somewhere deep in some Sony archives, there's an uncensored version of this song, and I really wish it was released somewhere. $298 in an S2000. Real Rock FM. Is that the station in Grand Theft Auto? mission is to position my pole position. I get some lines just don't land. Some bars don't land, but I love this song. It needs to be on Spotify. The song is amazingly not copyrighted. It's nowhere to be found anywhere except this game. And to my understanding, this song was never like released for CD or anything like that. Ever. It only lives in this game. Which PS2 game? The WRC games. You know the YouTuber Casey? Like K-A-C-E-Y? She covers more obscure racing games. I forget if she ever made a WRC video, but that is like right up her alley of like everything except the popular games. She got banned from her server because other YouTuber was there. And I think Casey's community is pretty chill. I don't actively participate in it, but the comments are always positive. She's always got Patreon support. And her videos are pretty high quality, I'd say. Gotcha. So we're gonna start lapping the AI. Here comes the Mustang, I think. I think he just made his final stop as he goes off into the side. So still not driving great. But it looks like everyone's all bunched together here. So we'll see what happens in the pit stop game. Everyone except the Z's bunched up here. Big points on offer right here. Slip right through. It looks like the R33 was passed by this Lancer at some point. Now, I don't know how many pit stops everyone has left. Looks like the Lancer's going in. So wait, my understanding is that other guy told Casey that like you were just like something. It's just banned you off of that. I mean, that seems pretty petty. I think both Lancers pitted. I didn't really catch that in the race. Oh, it's that song, guys. Everyone's favorite. The drummer of the drummer, which I'm assuming it's just Daiki himself, but when he made this drum beat, I don't know what he thought he was going to create, but here we are today. I should have bought this game when it was $90 on eBay. I saw it for $90 and I thought, like, maybe I could snipe that. But it's like, it's literally just for memes only. And it would just collect dust on my shelf. So I figured, like, maybe someday. And then I haven't seen it on eBay for that price ever again. It is technically a piece of Gran Turismo history, but I could just download the ISO, load it up on Free McBoot, and just play it on my PS2 just fine without the disc. But oh well. You get an area for the Dorito engine as well. Yeah, I just bought the Evo 5 and GT7 yesterday because it was back in the used car dealer. It wasn't yellow, it was silver. But I didn't own it. I was waiting for it to come back in yellow, but it just didn't. I figured I'd be waiting too long anyway. I'll just buy the paint in the shop and just do a bad job at it. A decal job. It's weird that you can't just change the paint color. You have to like create a livery with the paint color. Yeah, it was in yellow I think when the game first came out in the used car dealership. And I just missed out on it. That's when I was still trying to be stingy with money, and now the economy's like better. By the way, this is the last lap. Forgot to mention that. It's a little bit of a shorter race, under 30 minutes actually. I don't think we'll get many of these races though. In fact, this might be the shortest race. This or Deep Forest. There we go. Let's see, like, how big that gap is. So, Skyline once again prevailed over the Mustang. And Evo RS actually goes over the Tommy Mäkinen. So, they are kind of evenly matched. I would have thought the GSR would do better, but AI gonna AI. In the point standings, Evos are tied. Skyline and Mustang are still pretty close, and the Z I think is going to be a clear P2. There doesn't seem to be any immediate threat. Alright, since I liked the beginning of this race, I'm going to let the replay do the talking, get my replay shot. Alright. I'm going to save the game. We're going to keep going though. I'll do one more race. I need to go figure out lunch. But you want to save your game off in case of any issues. Rome Circuit. Another not too long track. I thought as a one-stop it should also be fine. We'll keep the soundtrack on, although I believe it's going to be the same 6 songs, so it will probably get old pretty fast, so... Yeah, it's just in a different order since it's on shuffle. PT Cruiser. When Snoop Dogg says they got that PT Cruiser. That's probably the only car he recognizes. Wow, immediately with the 370, not 370, just the regular Z. Wasn't even the 350Z yet. Actually in last place right there. Where's that pace going for that Z? I mean, he's probably going to make his way to P2, but interesting. And our lap 1 is like fire. Okay, yeah, that's why the Z slips through because he doesn't make mistakes. Much as the other guys. And we are immediately in the lead. The AI do not seem to do Rome Circuit as well as I do. This ain't your granny's station. Radioactive Imagine Dragons plays. You slapped a big shot. Bounce the wall there. The Z's gonna be back. Bouncy physics, go burr. How to make the shadows panic. Oh, now the Z's got a pace all of a sudden. Third gear instead of fourth. probably going to take a little bit longer than Trout Mountain. We're running 137s. It's another 33, 34 minutes maybe. Funky curb physics. They didn't fully test this curb here. It'd be cool if this game had, like, you know, modern online. Then it would just all be Escudos and F1 cars. So, I don't know. You know how in, like, right now there's that Tomahawk glitch in GT7 where you can get the power performance points, you know, to something extremely low just by messing up the gear ratios? And on Reddit, or maybe I should back up a bit. So on Monday, there's a update coming to GT7, and I'm 99% sure it's going to fix the performance points glitch. And people on Reddit are already like bitching about how, you know, that's ruining the game. But it's like a glitch that kind of breaks the game, because if there's ever a sport mode race that requires performance points, you could just enter the Tomahawk. Now they'll fix that, because it's not just a glitch with the Tomahawk, it's a glitch with the whole tuning part of the game. You can do it with multiple cars. They'll probably take the gear ratio out of the performance points calculation. Well, I'm also hoping that this is the first constant update, because we're in the last week of April, and they did say that there was an update coming at the end of April, so I'm guessing Monday is it. So we'll see if they add some cars, maybe a track. I don't know. I don't have any expectations really, except for the community to complain, because they always do. Everybody has some specific car they want to see added, and you know, it never satisfies everybody. You know what's like kind of funny is like everyone's like, oh my god, they need to bring back the Minolta. It was so overpowered, but it's like, in real life, that car is like so insignificant to Toyota Motorsports, because it like barely raced ever, and it did. It like came in last or blew up its engine. The only reason people like that car is because it was overpowered in GT4 and 5. And in GT7, it's not going to be the case. It will be like, you know, the Nissan R92 in that game, where it's, you know, a fine Group 1 car, but nothing more than that. People are like begging for that car to come back. I mean, I thought it was an interesting looking car too, but in terms of like all the high profile race cars, I'd say the 88 CV is not one of them. They should be bringing back the TSO 20, the Audi R8 2001, you know. About the Benz motor wagon. That is something Polyphony would absolutely add. I feel like that just might make it into the game at some point. Even if it's completely useless. It's like that 1920s Mercedes and that Bugatti like Type C or whatever it's called. Completely useless. Costs so much money, but it's there. Yeah, I think like before GT gets more like cars added that's on everybody's wish list, they need to add some content so that we can actually drive those cars in some races. Like, where's the World Classic Car Championship? Where's the Group 1 Cups, the Group 2 Cups? Where's Spider and Roadster? Where's Polyphony Digital Cup? Where's the Dream Car Championship? Where's GC All-Stars? I feel like they need to add those events along with, you know, cars. And maybe they're waiting for some more tracks to pop it in, but the way they have the game set up, you know, all the events are by track, and could add championships. They should add more championships, but it's not enough. They need more single-player races. And they need to pay as much as the grind races do, because everyone just keeps farming the grind race with the Tomahawk, but it's like, there's like 100 other events that are there I haven't done yet. They don't pay much, because why would I spend 30 minutes for 100,000 credits when I can do 25 minutes for 800,000, you know? Mercedes W12, yeah, the WOH is not in the game anymore. It's gonna be forever in GT Sport. They should add a real F1 car though. Absolutely. We're driving much faster than the Z on this course. I don't know if it's I'm more used to the car or if we're just genuinely quick. I don't think he already pitted. Lee pits in at lap 7, so he's 2 stopping. I'm still gonna 1 stop. tired and we're only at half distance. Yeah, sometimes this championship could drag. The AI have just not been a challenge at all in this race. But since we're at half distance, I'm gonna pit. Dude, AI, chill out, bro. Sugars here. I haven't been streaming that long, it's just long championship. Yeah, auto drive going wild. He wilding. So if my math is right, I believe we should be able to get to the game in... It will take 3 streams to do this championship. And 3 or 4 to do the last 2. Number 63 almost looks like Among Us. Sauce. You're so sussy. You took my Fortnite card. I can't believe we've been laughing at the same shit for like a year and a half. Shadow glitch. finally lapping some people. That'll get a point tomorrow. I don't know. He qualified 9th and dropped to like 13th, I think. I think it's going to take some rain and some luck in order for Aston to score points tomorrow. I mean, you know, they gotta try a bold strategy. Straight, they gotta hope for a lucky safety car or a good strategy or something. Very cool. New fastest lap. Gonna lap the Mustang, I believe. Gonna come out of the pits behind us. Ooh, I'm actually gonna go on the wall because I went too deep. So did the Mustang. Alright, 5 laps to go. Well, Ferrari signed Sainz to a 2-year extension, which, you know, is kind of a standard contract. Everyone's like but like hating on Sainz because he crashed out of Australia and he crashed in qualifying. But today in the sprint, he drove a good recovery to get to P4, and he'll start kind of where he should be tomorrow. I mean, he can absolutely fight for the podium tomorrow, so that's what he did. The sprint helped him in that regard. Because if that happened and there was no sprint race, he probably would have just finished P4 anyway. But now he could actually fight for a podium. Maybe even a win if Ferrari's pace is as good as the start of the race. It looks like it'll be a pretty close race between Red Bull and Ferrari though. Verstappen got a surprising amount of pace at the end, which may suggest they're better on their tires on this track, but Ferrari might be better at straight up speed. We'll see. Maybe another Verstappen-Leclerc start tomorrow. We'll see if it gets as heated as others been. Meanwhile, we are about to lap the R33 again. We seem to always lap everybody except the Z. I wonder if we'll ever find a race where we will actually end up lapping the Z. We had the pace too, but the Z needs to do like one extra stop. question is it going to rain in the race tomorrow? If it is, then I'd say, like, you know, it's anybody's game on who could win. Calm down. How you doing? I'm doing alright, besides bonking the wall. At 3 laps. I don't think we can catch the Z in 3 laps, but we'll see. Gonna rain hard in the race never happened. You mean like Australia? If we get a Belgium 2.0, I'm gonna be so mad. Not because I think like the drivers should risk their safety, but it's just so frustrating to lose out on what could be a great race in the rain. When am I gonna play Asphalt 9? I stopped playing Asphalt a year ago. And I have no plans on returning at all. I don't know. Belgium 2021 was not fun because we had to wait for like 4 hours with no races. I completely wasted my morning. All for nothing. It doesn't look like we're going to catch the Z unless he hits one more time. Hey, to end off the race, we got one more song for y'all. Alright, thanks for tuning in. I'm done. We need a rain ritual to remove rain. I think rain makes better races. It's just you gotta have the right amount where it's like, you know, not flooding the track. But something like what was happening on Friday was great. Like, just enough chaos so that it catches out the people who aren't careful. You could still hold a race. I'm trying to drive fast, but I don't think I'm gonna catch the Z. I'm like 10 seconds behind. I don't think I can make up 10 seconds. I will lap this Z at some point. Some point in this championship. Yeah, George is probably one of the most unluckiest drivers. just from like bad timing. I mean, in my opinion, he should have had the Mercedes seat in 2021. I mean, he will be in Mercedes' future. I'm not mistaken, he has a pretty short deal going on. So he almost caught the Z. I needed like 2 more laps to catch him. He would have done it though. He almost set... Oh, I set my fastest lap on the last lap. Yeah, I was gonna catch him. So, looks like in the standings, the Mustang held the fort to get 3rd finally. And the Lancer RS gets a position over the Lancer TME. So there you go. See how that changes the standings. And it looks like the Mustang's gonna have a pretty big gap to the Skyline. I don't know if he was just slow or had more tire wear issues. There you go. And the final point standings for today, at least. We're not even a third of the way through. We're only 30% through the championship. It's pretty close though between Skyline and Cobra now. Only 1 point in the midfield. Anyway, it's another 50 grand in the bag. Back to 1.5 million. Okay, next session of this long championship. I haven't played this game in 2 weeks, so I completely forgot how to handle the RX-7. This is Route 5. If I remember correctly, our tire strategy is pretty good. We're just using the slicks and pitting like once. I think we'll stick with that. Got a dusty controller. What's up, Penguin Cowboy? Yeah, hopefully you guys had a good couple weeks. It was nice to take a little break from YouTube though. But, you know, we're getting really close to the end of this game and I am excited to get going on some new projects. But we still have to finish what we started. Been almost a year though. Next week will be a year since we left Asphalt. It's crazy. I still get comments every single week asking when I'm going to come back, and it's like, it's been a year now. So for once, the Z is not immediately hot off the line. What's up? Meta Denver. I'm trying to drive. Almost went straight into the wall. Yeah. Workout. Like, man. Totally. It's like a running gag at this point. Thanks for letting me totally go around the outside. I brought that up, guys, so sorry if I brought back PTSD. We're racing though. You mean graduation? Congratulations. But grade 9 sounds like you're just getting into high school, and that's a huge change of pace, I'll tell you that. Good luck. The thing with not only Asphalt, but a lot of modern games, mobile games, and console even to an extent, is they're designed so that you keep coming back. They bring that fear of missing out. They drip feed content. Like even GT7 is guilty of this in some ways. But yeah, once you stop playing, you realize like, oh, you didn't need that at all anyway. The whole point of a game isn't to grind it like your job. Like, I already grind 40 hours a week at work, and then I also study. So I already do enough grinding in my regular life, but at least my regular job pays me money. If I'm playing a game, it should be a game. That's a nice corner. I mean, I'm not too surprised that the new Forza is going to be on an Xbox One, because isn't Horizon 5 also on Xbox One? You know, they have a huge install base, and there isn't that much of a difference with the new consoles, so you just gotta hope it doesn't hold the game's development back in any way. Get the Porsche 911 Lego set. Yeah, one of my college buddies got it was the 911 GT3 RS. It looked really cool when he finished it. I wanted to get the McLaren F1 Lego Technic, but I've just been waiting for a restock for like 2 months now. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Game Pass does have a great value. What's one game that I went 100% over and over again? I mean, I always liked the Spyro games. The first 3 Spyro games, I've 100%ed multiple times. They're always fun. The key is, like, if you want to do a 100% over and over, it's got to be a kind of short game. Like, I love playing GT3, but this is like the first 100%, true 100% I'm going through. And it is a grind, as you see, 102 hours. It's a lot of time, and it's taken a year. And, you know, you only live for like 80 years or whatever, right? So you can't do it too many times. But something like Spyro is 100%able in like a few hours. The world record speed run's only 1 hour and 20 minutes. And the game I'm really excited to come back to is Burnout 3. Like, I am super hyped to come back to Burnout. I haven't played specifically Burnout 3 since before the start of the pandemic. So, like, over 2 years ago. Which doesn't seem like that much time. But the last time I did play was literally just to, like, top off my old save file. I was at, like, 95% game completion. Because there were some races I thought that were too hard when I was younger that were easier now. But I haven't done like a actual Burnout 3 playthrough since I was like 8 years old. So it's been a hot minute. I'm excited to come back to it. Yeah, the RX-7's great. I'm glad I picked this one. Yeah, since our last stream, we had an F1 race, which was Imola, which seems like so long ago. But yeah, Charles had a sprint pole on the hands, like he could have, you know, held off for pole position. Then he messed up the race start. And then he had a comfortable 3rd place, going for 2nd. Had his first mistake of the season with a curb spin. He was lucky to survive hitting the wall. But even Charles is not perfect. It's going to be a very fun season. But yeah, we have Miami this weekend. See, what makes GT kind of special is they do go that extra percent, where stuff you don't notice, like the interior clock on the car is accurate to real time. Like, that's ridiculous. Who would check that? But it's cool that they have that. There are not enough games that have quirks like that. Now, just because they have an accurate clock in the interior of the car doesn't mean it's the best game of all time. GT7 is heavily flawed. It still is, even after updates. But yeah, I don't know. I played Horizon 5 for a few hours, and it just feels like Horizon 4. I don't know. I'm kind of tired of that gameplay loop. I think it's really fun for people who've never played Forza Horizon, but I've played extensively the previous 4, and honestly I don't really see that much new brought to the table. It feels all too familiar. Yeah, if something's not broke, don't fix it, but something just feels off. Which track would I like to see the AI hilariously fail at? I don't know, I'd rather the AI was competitive. I'm trying to think, there's like one track where the AI just never get it. I think it's Laguna Seca. When you have a car that's like over 600 horsepower, the AI just completely messes up the track, especially the last corner. Which is like funny, but then like you can't have a good race because everyone just spins out. See, that's the thing, is like IGN gives Horizon 5 a 10 out of 10, and everyone says Horizon 5 is like the best racing game ever. But stray away from like the path at first. You just realize they're just like spitting cars at you. There's like no progression. And the world, despite being a huge map, it's kind of empty in a way. Like, I don't want to sound like a complete butthurt hater, but I just feel like there's barely any substance to the actual game itself. Like, if you take a game like Horizon 1 that had a plot, actual progression, you're starting out in bad cars and working your way up through a new wristband and gaining notoriety and pink slipping cars, that sense of progression has never been replicated. Ever since Horizon 2, Playground Games just goes for the, hey, look at the beautiful environments and it's open world. Here's all the stuff you can do. It's open world. But hey, it's open world. What's that? You want to race? You either make the AI impossible to race against on high difficulties unless you have a meta car, which meta cars ruin games. Or, if you choose to drive a regular car, you'll still get progression. Like, it makes the races completely meaningless. And at that point, like, what are you even playing for? Because the whole map's there at the start, and from, like, the very start, if you buy the Ultimate Edition, you start off with, like, 60 cars, which is absolutely ridiculous. And it's like, yeah, it gives you something for everyone, but at what point is it just too much? Like, think of like Gran Turismo 4, where it starts you off in a crappy car. There's like 700 cars to buy. There's something for everyone, but you still had that sense of progression where you play through the lower ranks in a box car and save up credits, upgrade your car, make it marginally better, go through some hard series and get prize cars, sell them. Like, you don't really get that in modern games anymore. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, I think Horizon 5 is definitely a great game, and they have done everything to please the casual crowd, which is probably what their objective was anyway. They got the high review scores. They got like 10 million players, probably more than that. I don't know. The only people who think Forza is like dethroned GT are just like Twitter fanboys, and they have very little substance. Twitter's so toxic. I mean, the whole internet's toxic, but it's like, is there even any validity to it? Social media is toxic. How do you save your championship progress in GT3? So at the end of the race, you know there's like that results screen where you go to the next race. If you scroll to the right, there's a button that says save, where it just saves to your memory card. Turn off the console, come back, and you're at the same screen. It's beautiful. Genius idea. I always thought when I was a kid, you had to do these championships in one sitting, and I would leave the PS2 on overnight and then come back to it the next day, and I didn't have to do that. I could have just saved the game and saved some power. But look, I'm using that same PS2 today on this very stream, so you know what, it turned out alright. I'm gonna say it's because the PS2 is a reliability beast. I mean, like, everyone thinks Mercedes are going to be super competitive, but we haven't had qualifying yet. It's only practice, and it's a brand new track. Literally nobody has ever driven this circuit before. So, I'd be cautious going into qualifying. But, like, even if Merc have a good weekend, okay, it's one weekend. They've already blown the first 4 races. They would need to have, like, a 2019 level stint to actually, like, be in championship running. Plus, it's not like Charles and Max aren't going to be competitive. They absolutely will be competitive still. But yeah. It's technically a home race because it's my home country, but it doesn't really feel like a home race because I've never been to Miami in my life. Don't really plan on going there. I'd say something like Indianapolis is more of like a home race since that's only like 3 hours from where I live. Season has 23 races, yes, but different tracks suit different car capabilities. I think I saw Russell in an interview say that this track seemed to suit Mercedes pretty well, but it's not because they found a magic bullet, it's just because the track suited the car that well. Here's the thing, Willing, is you just described rubber banding, which it is absolutely present in these older games. The reason I'm like smoking the competition is because rubber banding is only in the beginner and amateur league, but once you get to professional league, they turn off the rubber banding. But play the early races and there's absolutely rubber banding, or play the classic Need for Speeds, especially Underground and Most Wanted. The rubber banding is absolutely toxic in those games. So I guess to each their own. It's present all the time. It's just people are more aware of it these days. Cheese Fart. Silly name. What's my favorite game of all time? It's GT4. It's always been GT4. And I don't think there will ever be a game that could top like GT4. It is so good. I'd call it not only like my favorite game of all time, but I believe it is single-handedly the best racing experience ever created. And that much of a simp for it. It's not GTA 4, but Gran Turismo 4. Big difference. GTA 4 I don't think would be the best racing experience. I've never played GTA 4. I've played the ones before it, like the GTA 3 trilogy, and I've played GTA 5 a lot. And I don't think the racing in those games top The Sims. They're good games though. I know a lot of people have nostalgia for GTA 4. but I don't know. I can't speak for it because I've never played 4. I've played a little bit of San Andreas and Vice City, and then I've played you know, like 100 hours of GTA 5. It's probably not that much considering how much content's in there. My favorite car from GT4. There's a lot. I mean, I always like the Mazda 77V, but that's like because I like that car in general. I really liked driving the Formula car, the Formula Gran Turismo. The Minolta was a nice car. I know everyone likes the 88 CV. Trying to think, like, a lot of the downforce cars, you know, the Audi TT touring car, that blue apps touring car, that was a really, really nice car. That was like my favorite touring car. It's your American muscle car, my personal Dodge Dart. I mean, like, it is an amazing car for me, for an economy car. But in terms of like a muscle car, I'd say a Corvette. Hit the brakes. Put the water bottle down before the corner. Let's go. Yeah, how am I going to stream the 24-hour race in GT4? Here's the thing, Igor, is I don't think I'm going to do a 100% playthrough of GT4. Or if I do, I'm going to B-spec the endurances, or at least most of them. Because a 24-hour race would literally take me like 3 months to stream. I'm not joking, and I don't have that kind of time. I feel like I get too fatigued with GT4. Which I know said it was the best of all time, but it's balance, you know. The game's like 300 hours for the playthrough. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, the 4GT Spec 2. Iconic car. Love it. I haven't bought it in GT7 though. It's my favorite Corvette. I've always been nostalgic for the C5. That's the one I want to own in real life. Because I guess that was the one that was around when I was born. And a little kid. My first ever racing game was Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit, and the C5 Corvette was one of the cars. Roberts. First racing game is Outrun. I have Outrun 2006 on PS2, and I've played the arcade games. But yeah, that goes way back if it's the first Outrun. A couple of weeks ago, I went to a barcade, which is a bar arcade. And how it worked was games were completely free, and it was like the old school arcade cabinets. So they had like Pole Position, Pac-Man, Big Doug, like all the old 80s arcade games, but they were completely free. And you know, you just paid for drinks. And it was awesome. I would 100% go back to that. I will be back there. And I know most of you guys can't go to bars yet, but when you get to that age, go to a barcade. It's so fun. And Mustang just cut me off. But yeah, I set the high score. I was about to say I set the high score in pole position at the barcade I was at, which is pretty cool. I haven't played Like the Wind yet. It's going to be right after this championship. Would I ever reconsider playing Asphalt again? You know, something I've mentioned over the years is if there was a 1.0 version available that was easy to access, I would totally like to speedrun it. You know, something that I've like taken a minor interest this year is speedrunning. I've only speedran Spyro games, but obviously I know Asphalt off the back of my hand, and I think if someone could make a route that is future-proof, a speedrun would be totally up my alley. But that's just it. With a modern game, a speedrun's really hard to, you know, plan, because if the game updates, then it totally changes the strategies and what you can use and all that. Which, for me, I don't want to deal with that. So if there's like a definitive 1.0 version, whether it's like, you know, a modded version or APK or something like that, I would totally want to speedrun it. So I like the ZR1. I mean, yeah, I'm always a fan of the ZR1. My favorite of the ZR1s is the C6. I think the C7 ZR1 is also pretty cool, but I like the C6 a bit better. Yeah, that's just it. Is Asphalt would never be like the other tricky thing about speedrunning a mobile game is like you can't wipe your progress and start on an alt account super easily. You'd have to create a brand new, like, you know, Google account or Microsoft account or whatever. But even then, it still tries to save the local data on your device, so resetting would be pretty difficult. The NFT market crashed. Yeah, I saw a couple headlines about that. Something like $160 million was burned. Did I play any of the MX versus ATV games? Yeah, I think I have two of them. I have like Unleashed and like a different one. I have the PS3 games. They're like right behind me. It's sorry, I'm pausing. I'm just trying to see through it. Let me take a look. What do I have? Actually, the Motor Store games that I have two of. I only have this MX vs ATV Untamed on the PS3. It's a pretty good game. It's pretty good. I just realized I have a surprise behind me that you may have caught, and you may have even seen it on Discord, but I'll show it to you guys at the end of the stream. You used the 2-device trick. You know, it's funny. I used to be, you know, super... Because I was on a moderating team on the Google Plus community, right? And we always took, like, you know, cheating very seriously. We found someone was, like, you know, exploiting or using a hack or cloud sharing or whatever. We always looked down on that. But now looking back, and it's like, dude, we were simping so hard for a company that was like screwing us over so much. And now more than ever, we need those modders for game preservation. I'm still on the ideal though that if you use cheats to cheat online, that's really bad. But if you're doing something, which unfortunately we banned people in the queue to this, but if you're doing this completely for yourself, where like you gave yourself a bunch of cars and just drove them around, it's not that big of a deal. But the reason we banned it is because usually those hacks allowed you to take it online, and usually if it was unreleased card game, off would have a problem with it. So that was it. Which, yes, I do have Motorstorm Apocalypse, which that one was pretty good too. I haven't played through it 100%. I remember it being pretty fun. Yeah, back in like 2014, like every single player was cloud sharing, account sharing. Like every single one of them, before tokens. Even after tokens, I think people are still doing it. They made it harder to accomplish though. But yeah, I never did the 2-device trick. Because I always found it kind of a hassle to like keep track of your credits like that. Because like how you do it is like you would buy your upgrades or whatever for your car, go race with it, and then use the 2-device trick to get your credits back. But if it was like, if it's like a car like the Tryon or one of those meta cars where it was the fastest, like you'd want to have those cars upgraded all the time anyway. And you know, the only time that sort of made sense was when you had like an obscure cup with like, you know, pretty new cars or something that's never been in the rotation before. But there was a time in like 2016 and 17 where the rotation was pretty consistent. So like you had a good grasp of what kind of cars you needed to do well in the cups. And it was only like, you know, those after a car was unlocked, there would be like the upgrade cup, and that's where people would use the 2-device trick. Because usually it would be quite expensive to upgrade a brand new car to Max Pro. And, you know, I kind of see where people are coming from there. So interesting that 2-device trick still works. But yeah. Even in Asphalt 9 there were device tricks. I forget if this was ever made public, but since nobody watches my channel anymore, I'll just spill the beans. So I'm sorry if I expose the secret, but there was a trick where, by the way, my oil lamp came on. There was a trick where with 2 devices, you could buy card packs with tokens, or even like open Grand Prix results, which this was the biggest screw of them. Was like if you did a Grand Prix where there was like a key, but you didn't get the guaranteed key, you got the packs that could have dropped a key. What you do is you take your first device, you open the rewards or buy the pack, whatever. You open the box with the first device and see if you get anything good. If you didn't like what you get, you re-roll with the second device and rinse and repeat until you get the result you want. With the card packs, it worked a bit more complicated because the RNG seed was actually fixed. The results are rigged. You get the same pack every time on the client side. So what you do is with the 2-device trick is you'd buy the 900 pack or the 750 pack, whatever, the 10 pack. And if you didn't get a good drop, you'd just buy the one for 75 or one for 90 instead of the full 750, 900. And, you know, you'd save 90%. So you can go through more packs faster and get a better overall drop rate. So that was pretty screwy. And I know of some very high profile players who did that trick. Very high profile players. But I'm not going to spill the beans on that. But just, you know, if there's still people who play Asphalt 9, that trick was around for like at least 2 years, 3 years. I'm pretty sure it's public, but if it's not, there you go. Being competitive in online games is really, really over the top. Kind of extreme. Anyway, we won that race pretty easily, 31 minutes. Pretty good. Can I speedrun the old Angry Birds Go? Does that even still exist? That's the kart racing game, right? I don't even know anymore. Alright, let's do race number 5. I'm gonna grab a coffee, by the way, so I will be right back in a minute. We're back. So yeah, I got a coffee. It's gonna be hot, so I'll just start drinking that later on. We got Seattle Circuit. I think I'm gonna stick with these tires, though. You're eating uncooked rice grains? Why? Why? Just cook it in water, man. You ever eat raw pasta? By raw, I just mean uncooked pasta. I have not. I feel like it'd be similar to that. Yeah, the graphics difference between GT2 and 3, which is really just the PlayStation 1 versus the PlayStation 2. This was extreme when it came out. Unfortunately, I was just too young to really notice, like, the significance, you know, back when this came out. But yeah, definitely the step up was huge. I've actually fallen back to last place. But yeah, when I was, you know, a kid, by the time I like first started getting memory when I was like 3 or 4, I already had both a PS2 and a PS1 because my parents had the PS1 before I was born. And, you know, I always just treated that as like, oh, you know, a different system. I didn't realize, like, graphically and, like, just by tech, they were that much different. I just made a triple overtake on that corner. Nice. I didn't really know significance. Even, like, when the PS3 was out, when I was, like, 6 years old, I didn't even realize PS3 existed. It was just more like, my grandpa had a PS3, and he just, like, told us, like, oh, by the way, I have a PS3. And I'm like, there's a PS3? And all I just thought was more games. I didn't really pay attention to graphics until around when the PS4 started coming out. Because by then, you know, I was on the internet and all that. But now, like, look at the difference between a PS4 and PS5, and it's hardly any difference. It's mostly just sometimes frame rates, load times because of the SSD, but you could put an SSD in a PS4. And like ray tracing, which is like, oh, sometimes better lighting, but you know, if you look at GT Sport, absolutely gorgeous game. Back in 2017, that was the best looking game in the racing world, and it still holds up today. But now everyone's like, oh, look at GT7's graphics, and yeah, GT7 also looks absolutely amazing, but it's like, are there really that many differences? Big jump. That'd be a cool replay shot. Oops. I messed up that corner and totally blocked him. And the thing is, like, yeah, 4K TVs are pretty common these days, but, you know, if you have a 1080p TV, the PS4 and PS5 are going to look the same. all the PS5 really is just a mega upgraded PS4. But I'm pretty sure they have the same architecture. Software-wise, they're pretty much the same. TJOC, you're gonna have to spell out that for me because I don't even. I'm trying to think. What does it stand for? I put it in first gear and totally messed up that corner. The joy of creation. That sounds like a religious game. It probably happens. Is it like Little Big Planet, where it's like a sandbox, create your own game kind of thing? Or is it a horror game? It's a FNAF fan game. Oh, I think I might have heard of it. I don't know. I never really played the Five Nights at Freddy's games. I played 1 and 2 way back when, which it's crazy to say that because I remember when that first came out. But yeah, 8 years ago, 8 years ago. That's shocking. But yeah, I've only ever played the first 2. Honestly, like, I watched one of the Color Shed videos. I don't mean to dig him, but he didn't explore enough of GT3. I watched his GT3 review, and I thought he didn't even fully experience the game. But, you know, people rate this game really well, too. I always talk about how much I love GT4, but I also really love this game. I put this game in my top 10 of all-time video games. I kid you not. This game is also incredibly good. In my opinion, the only thing that could have made it better was a bigger car list. And maybe some less repetitive, like, races. Like, GT4 does it right where we only have, like, one All-Japan GT or one GT All-Stars. The fact that you have 2 or 3 tiers of the same championship makes it kind of, you know, difficult. I do like the concept of, like, for instance, you know how, like, there's the beginner VITS race and the professional VITS race. Good idea. Terrible execution, though. The races don't need to be 10 and 20 laps long. It's top 1, well, GT4. GT4 is my top 1 game of all time. The exact order for the rest of, like, my personal top 10 changes all the time. But, you know, some games I'd throw in there is Burnout 3, the first Need for Speed Most Wanted. Test Drive Unlimited 2. Forza Motorsport 4. These are just racing games. Crash Team Racing, you know. A lot of good games there. And in terms of, like, non-racing games, which surprisingly I have played quite a bit of, I really liked the God of War series. Both of the Last of Us games. Cheesy. Chill out. He's pretty feisty here. Pretty much anything by Naughty Dog for that matter, so even the Uncharted series I really liked. This year and last year I was starting to get into Ratchet and Clank. Pretty good series. Metal Gear Solid games. I've just played a little bit of one of them, but I have this series and I'm planning to play through it. So far seems pretty good. A lot of good stuff. Only separated by 0.012 seconds. That's crazy. Yeah. So, you don't agree with The Last of Us. The thing is, like, in terms of the criticism, mostly the second game receives, it was either for the story they didn't like or because the game was too much like the first game. Which, I actually thought the story for both games was pretty good. I wouldn't say it's like, you know, the best story ever told, but it kept me entertained for like 50 hours total across the two games. And there was some repetitive stuff like, you know, scavenging for the same ammo. There was only like 5 different weapons. And then the actual like zombies and clickers and boomers, whatever they were called, those were very good enemies, and they were satisfying to, you know, either stealth around them or get in a fight with them. And then a lot of the action sequences were pretty good. But I'd say Uncharted was probably the better action sequence game. But they're both made by Naughty Dog, so, you know, it's kind of the same. Albeit, I've only ever played those games once. I played the first Last of Us in 2019, I think. Yeah, I played it in 2019. I played a little bit when it first came out, and then I only got through like 2 hours, and I was like, okay, I'll come back to this, and just never did. And then I restarted it in 2019, completed it all. And then I got The Last of Us 2 when it came out 2 years ago, and played it, you know, all the way. But I've only ever played those two games fully once. So my memory might be a bit off. And I guess same thing with Uncharted and the God of War games. I've only ever played each of those once. I'm not sure if the Miami race is going to be super fun. The track seems like it'll be hard to overtake on, because there's like no grip. The EA Sports 500. Is that a NASCAR race, or that's something else? That Nissan is hanging on pretty much, and he is not pitting. Did I just jinx that? Yes, I did. Well, I'm gonna win this race on pure pit strategy. Yeah, God of War 2018 was really, really good. I really liked that one. Probably one of my favorite PS4 games. Either that or Spider-Man. I really, really liked the Spider-Man game on PS4. And Miles Morales. And then I thought God of War 3 on the PS3. That one was really, really good. I like took the best bits of 1 and 2 and just put it in like this graphical masterpiece in a way. If I was to replay any God of War game, it would probably be 3. Because that was the first one I played, and I sucked at it. But I had a lot of fun with it. if Apple ever makes a car, you have to buy the steering wheel separately, something like that. Yeah, I really liked just the boss fights and scenery. The final boss was super satisfying. Oops, I bumped that wall. The keys are 100,000. It's kind of a shame that these days, like, we have to talk about old games as, like, the best. Because a lot of the new games are just kind of garbage. The way they're released, the way they're treated post-launch especially, the way they're hyped up and marketed, it's, like, extremely sad. They pour millions and millions of dollars into projects that look promising, and then it just completely falls apart, either because the game doesn't work or the game is completely broken in its monetization and structure. Like, nowadays everything has to have the battle pass, drip feed content. Here's a feedback loop, here's a gameplay loop that you play across a month-long season. Try to get in the top 5% and you'll get this skin. Absolutely hate that. I've done that for like a couple games, and I'm really not proud of myself for grinding like that. I think of something like Crash Team Racing Nitro Field, which by itself is a fantastic game. It like totally takes the classic Crash Kart Racing, makes it modern, adds new characters and new tracks. It's awesome. And then the way they monetize the game and actually have you unlock the new characters is disgusting. It's like you earn coins through completing season pass objectives, and then you use those coins to buy the new characters, and then like skins and clothes and dance emotes and carts, and it's all just a bunch of toxic mess. It doesn't feel satisfying at all to actually unlock characters. Before, you unlock characters by like winning a hard race or beating this boss fight or something. And now you just buy your way to it, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And I just used Crash Team Racing as an example, but this is like practically every new game that's released these days. Everything that's new has to be attached to a free battle pass style, buy it with a second currency, or buy it with real money. Oh, that way you don't have to grind. It's like ridiculous. And then they'll say like, oh, but the DLC is free. There's a saying in marketing where it's that if something's free, you are the product, and that couldn't be more true. But even games that charge $60, they're starting to put advertisements in them. EA Games notoriously has extremely long grinds. And games they charge $60. And then they still release actual paid DLC too. I mean, GT7 had this whole microtransaction mess at launch. Probably the worst launch in the whole series. Which is not really saying much, because GT never was the type of game to have a bad launch. Even like GT Sport, which didn't launch with a lot of content. Its only problem was it was lacking content, not that it was a bad game. And then all they had to do was just add content, which they did. And, you know, everyone likes it. But GT7, the way it's fundamentally designed, it's meant to be, you know, a update style game. and it just does not. It just does not work for that kind of game. Forza does that with their festival playlist, where they drip feed new cars to do kind of monotonous challenges that are easily broken just by using meta cars. It's just a grind. It's not really that fun. I'm gonna pit for tires. What's up, O-Money? It's still hot. Yeah, the roulettes are completely BS. Something straight out of a mobile game. Do your daily workout, and then get a crappy prize at the end that maybe will get you something half decent once every month, maybe. At least in GT Sport, the roulette gave you a car every single time. Even if most of the time it was garbage cars, it was still a car. Now to even get a crappy car, it takes an arm and a leg. The state of gaming is like really not in a good place, and a lot of gamers feel the same way. How many misses released these days, like Cyberpunk and Battlefield 2042 and Anthem and Andromeda, and so many games that just completely flop. And then there's another swash of games that like die in a month. Like, look at Halo Infinite. Nobody talks about that game anymore. And when it launched, people were saying it was an amazing game. But now from what I hear on the internet, it's a completely dead game now. Cyberpunk is the culmination of modern gaming. Overpromising and overhyping. Rushed development, but then also taking way too long on development at the same time. Huge budgets, absolutely huge marketing, post-launch roadmaps before the game's even out, and it not even working at launch. That's just the culmination of modern gaming. Cyberpunk is a microcosm of what is wrong with modern gaming. Actually a work of art, in a way. Yeah, if you do have Game Pass where you don't feel like you wasted money on buying a game, it is different. But Game Pass only gets you so far. Because at some point you're also spending time. If you spend 30 hours grinding a game, that's 30 hours you could have done anything else with your life. I work 8 hours a day, have limited time in the evenings, and 30 hours may not seem like a lot, but to me, it's a lot of time. And I want it to be worthwhile. Games as a Service is here to stay. It's already has taken over. The route of physically buying games and then that being it is long gone. You know what's an interesting case study? Look at the EA remasters. Look at Burnout Paradise Remastered and Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered. Those are games that were released in a modern period with all the DLC included and no update roadmaps. It was basically a one-time, hey, we're releasing this, $40, it's a whole game, take it, bye-bye. And what you can do is kind of see how those games are compared to the modern state. The thing is, those two specific games weren't released that long ago. Yeah, Burnout Paradise was like 14 years ago, and the remaster was only 4 years ago, but it's the exact same game, and I will say it felt good to have the whole game just there. I could pick it up, play it, not think much about it, not worry about it. And then, don't feel like you're missing anything. And it's kind of nice. But those games didn't really sell well. Maybe because they remastered the wrong games. But also, it begs the question of, are people really interested in that style of game anymore? A lot of people say it was a product of its time. And, I'm not sure how to think about that. I would love to see a Burnout game with modern graphics, but I just know that if a new Burnout game's ever made, it's going to be absolute garbage, because it's going to be pushed as, here's a battle pass, here's some drip-fed content, oh, we're bringing back some old cars and tracks, and we're going to hype that up. But if you play something like Burnout 3 is a time capsule directly to 2003, 2004. The punk rock soundtrack, the complete non-care for anything, the whole half of the game is you crash into people and cause millions of dollars of damage. In real life, those crashes would obviously be killing tons of people. I guess a better example, a comparison I can make is, if you've ever played the series, look at the very first Ratchet & Clank versus Rift Apart that came out last year. And just the plot and the dialogue. Two games made pretty much 20 years apart. And the way everything's spoken about these days, I don't mean to sound like a ranter, but it's got to be checked through everything. It's you got to make sure all the jokes are super squeaky clean, does not cross the line anything with the ratings board or Twitter, and if you're bold, it's out of taste. But in a game from 2002, that was not only the standard, it was absolutely loved. And yeah, a lot of stuff from that era has aged incredibly poorly. But it's products of their time. And if you take out anything negative, it kind of ruins what makes it so fun in the first place. Which I know that sounds bad, where it's oh, you liked the game because it was, offensive or whatever. And it's no, it's not quite that. It's why do we rebel and stuff like that? It's fun to go against the norm in general. And if the norm is everything that's super polished and censor approved and all that, then that's why everything feels like exactly the same game. So, Igor, you say the license tests have gotten easier. I would say they got easier from GT5 to GT Sport. They were the easiest in GT Sport. But GT7 bumped the difficulty back up. It's still not as hard as GT3 in my opinion, but there are definitely some tough license tests on that game. thing is, it is possible to release games that are complete. Like, look at Nintendo's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That's a game that has paid DLC. Gets updated all the time. But at launch, it was a fully complete package. It had barely any bugs. It worked. And it didn't have a predatory monetization model. Mostly because Nintendo doesn't really do that sort of thing. But the game is meant to, you know, partied with your friends, and that's exactly what it did well. How many hours would it take to finish GT3? So, do you mean a 100% playthrough? Like 100%, or just getting to the end credits? Because those are two different answers. I think the menu books in GT7 should have been a separate mode. It should have been a side quest. Jeez, that Lancer's coming in hot. So a 100% playthrough. It depends on how fast you get through license tests, but I'd estimate it will take around 120 to 150 hours, depending on how long it takes you to do certain stuff in the game. It's no more than 150 hours unless you just want to deviate and drive different cars for whatever reason. If I was in a coma, what song from GT3 would wake me up? I'd say Turbo Lover by Judas Priest. That's like one of my favorite songs in this game. Yep, there we go. We met our weekly quota, guys. I can't speak today. We met our weekly quota. It's been a while since someone asked when am I coming back. And literally every week without fail. I wonder when's the first stream where we won't get that question. Genuinely. Okay, so back to the menu books in GT7. The thing is, every single person has the exact same menu book. So the prize cars are exactly the same, hence the story, well not story, but the races you play through are exactly the same. The exact same order, the exact same set of cars. And this could have been how I would have designed this is menu books would have been a side part of the game. And how it works is you could keep the 3 races, 3 cars. But you do the menu books in a random order for everybody. You could start out with the, you know, Ferrari menu book and then go into a K-car menu book. But then you could also go a muscle car or a GT3 class one. You know, make it completely random. And then the second part is don't make it the main story of the game. Don't make it the main part. You make the main part where you get your license and just race the events that you can get your license for. You buy cars, you upgrade them, you win prize cars for every single event you complete. And that could be either random or one-time awards or the fixed stuff that we've seen in classic games. The most important thing though is to give people the freedom of choice to do what they want in the game. If you want to start off the game straight into the Gran Turismo World Championship by just grinding the licenses, getting your IA license and turning up with the prize car for the IA license, that should be your decision and that should be completely okay. You're allowed to do that in other games. And your success only depends on how well you can drive the car against the AI. The menu book should have been, you know, sort of like the missions. You keep it as a side part of the game. And you either randomize it or maybe even have it in the same order, but you just, it makes the playthrough, like if I was to do a playthrough like I did of this game, GT3, if I did this style of gameplay, for GT7, it would be incredibly boring because everyone has done the exact same races in the exact same cars. And yeah, there's some parts of GT3 where it is like that, where like, you know, there's everyone drives the Tuscan Challenge, you can only drive a TV or Tuscan, sure. But like even the Sunday Cup, in GT7 you only have a choice of like 3 cars that you could do in the menu. But in any game, you use any car you want for the Sunday Cup. Literally any car, and 99% of them can win it. Why is it not the case in GT7? It is ridiculous. So that's something I didn't like, and if I ever came back to GT7 and do a playthrough, that's not a fun part of the game. In my opinion, the more interesting parts of Gran Turismo games are the races where you kind of just decide yourself, like, okay, what car do I want to drive, and can it beat the AI? Not hey, here's 3 cars from the menu that they've selected. If I have one of these 3 cars, then I can race it, and then win the rest of the 2 prize cards. It's like, no. No. That's not good. That is not good game design, at all. So yeah, rant's over. In short, menu books shouldn't have been the main course of the game. Just another side comment. If you treat the menu books as like the main game, GT7 is incredibly short. I know GT's all about, you know, a long adventure. GT3 is over 100 hours, GT4 is over 250 hours, GT5 is over 300 hours. GT6 is a bit shorter, and I can't really count GT7, but GT7 should not be shorter than GT6 at all. Like, I think even the first Gran Turismo on PS1 is a longer game than GT7's main cafe. Now, if you do all the missions, all the circuit experiences, all the licenses, yeah, that bumps up the playtime to a bit longer. But I only have, like, I think 45 hours in GT7, and I've done pretty much everything in the game besides just waiting to buy certain cars from the Legend dealership. Alright, I'm gonna save the game, but I'm not done yet. We'll do 2 more races. Yes, there's a moon mission in GT6. You drive the moon vehicle, the moon rover, whatever it's called, across the moon, and it's like, you know, it's a point-to-point mission. There's like 3 stages to it, but it's really unique. Still too hot for coffee. Okay. Apricot Hill, the tire killer. I'm still gonna gamble with this place. It's not really gambling though. It's a better tire strategy than the Z. It's still 45. Is that buying it used from like GameStop, or is that like actually like going to, you know, a off-the-grid marketplace like Facebook Marketplace or something like that, and seeing what, you know, Joe down the street is selling? Because that's how I buy modern games when I don't buy on launch. I buy it from some dude on Facebook Marketplace in the parking lot of a Walgreens. Because, number 1, no sales tax. Number 2, it's usually like a $50 game for like $30. You can save quite a lot. Usually people, when they get done with the disc, they sell it, but GameStop or whatever is only going to give them $20 for it. So they can, not only does the seller make more money selling it on Facebook or something, but then the buyer also gets it for a cheaper price. It's a win-win. Plus, for a game like, let's say, F1 2021, EA game, they don't get the new sale. I buy a used sale. It's the same game in circulation, though. So in a way, it's like voting with your wallet. Everyone's going off track. Like, dude, we're in road cars. It's not even that intense. Dude, Mustang's pushing me off the track. £35 used. See, that's a bit better. But I think probably in a few months, you gotta remember also, GT7 is 2 months old. In 2 months, it's dropped to £35, right? And another 2 months, it will probably be in the 30 or even 20 range. And that's kind of how new games go. And it's like $20 is kind of the sweet spot. $15 to $20. That's usually where a game will stick around in price until like the system dies. Yes, there's a picture on Reddit of Vettel wearing underwear over his racing suit. It's freaking hilarious. He did that as a protest for the FIA clothing rule. You'll buy when 8 comes out, yeah. The only thing to worry about on a game like a modern Gran Turismo is Polyphony shuts down the servers like immediately after a new game comes out. They haven't announced anything for GT Sport, but I'll tell you, I bet there's going to be an announcement of the game shutting down sometime this year. It will happen. And if GT ends up getting future-proofed, then okay, at least you can play it offline, but if not, then GT Sport will become a paperweight. Yes, we are back with the RX-7 Cayenne. Welcome back to the stream. RX-7 versus Z. Yep, another week will be 1 year since leaving Asphalt, and a year since starting GT3. Well, actually, we started GT3 a week after that. But yeah, it'll be an interesting weekend. I don't know if I'll be streaming next week, because I don't know what I'll be doing on Saturday. My friends are graduating from university next Saturday, and I don't know if I'll be there or not. So I have to decide that. I'll let you guys know. But that might have to be a Sunday night stream. We'll see. Nissan only pits in 5 laps, wow. This tire does not last on Apricot Hill. Track's a tire killer. Yep, tomorrow's the Miami Grand Prix. Qualifying's this afternoon. I don't know. The track is not as bad as I originally thought it would be. But we'll see how it is in terms of producing racing. But it kind of reminds me of Singapore. With, you know, the huge street circuit, catch fence around the area. Also sort of like an IndyCar street circuit, in a way. Everyone's tweeting about it. F1 has been promoting this thing like hell for the last week and a half. Imagine what happens when Vegas shows up next year. It's a casino Grand Prix. Yeah, Lando's helmet's really cool. His basketball helmet. Really, really cool design. Seb's scuba snorkeling helmet's also pretty cool. It's got a cool message too. Turn 17 has gone through resurfacing. That's the one everybody is spinning on, right? That's the fake boat corner. Or fake water, not fake boat. The boats are real, the water isn't. Or is turn 17 the one like right after the really long straight in the back? I don't remember the track map. But everyone seems to be spinning on that corner where the fake marina is. Yeah, when doing a cannonball in the fake water, it would be like those videos of the guys who do cannonballs and belly flops on the ice. The turn after the big long straight. Yeah, I think that's the last. That's like the last corner. The last hairpin. I think I know what you're talking about. One more lap and then we'll pit. Set the new fastest lap on orange tires. That's funny. Yeah, F1's gonna have a dull month. We had Imola, and Miami, Spain, Monaco. Like, it's all like the bad tracks. The bad overtaking tracks. I thought Imola was a okay race. It wasn't the best. It was on par with Australia. Okay, I'm gonna let him pass because I got a pit. My tires are dying. Oh no, my tires are gone. Halfway through. This championship is quite a drag. But we are more than halfway, guys. Car's looking for a Mercedes and Ferrari. If I'm not mistaken, Charles topped practice 1, I believe, and then George Russell topped practice 2. So they were looking pretty good in practice. If I remember correctly, I think I saw on Reddit that Mercedes had good quali pace, but not the best medium race pace. But it's hard to tell because Red Bull didn't get much running in practice 2. So I think it's kind of a toss-up until we get to qualifying. I mean, practice 3 will tell us a good indicator of, like, you know, who's looking good, but, you know, we gotta get to actual qualifying itself before we know. Did I say that right, that the Skyline is in first place right now? Yes, it is. The Skyline is in first place. Or not first, but second. You know what I mean. Not the Z. But it looks like the Z is right up there with the Skyline. Because I know the Z is going to pit 3 times probably. Yep, Z is past him. It looks like he's already building the gap too. That race will be won on pit strategy for sure. Yeah, F122, that's what it's called now. It had gameplay dropped of Miami. It doesn't really look that good, to be honest. It looks just like 2021 with new car, but it's the same undersaturized gameplay, same crappy dashboard, same steering wheel model. Car sounds are eh. Like, it's gonna be like the same game. I bet the cars are gonna drive exactly the same too, despite them having the ground effect. There's probably going to be no change to the physics. Ah yes, the Skyline pits in. See how that lap time was. Yeah, Drive to Survive got renewed again. Probably not going to watch it though. 1:30.4, that was a good lap time. Yeah, I didn't watch season 3 or season 4 at all. Yeah, it was season 4. I don't even remember now. See? I didn't even watch it at all. And I don't really have plans to watch it. I don't think I'll watch 5 and 6. 5 and 6, I think it's like, it's kind of become like a Real Housewives kind of show. It's like, oh yeah, what's Jerry from Spice Girls doing? What's Christian Horner doing? Not, hey, this is about racing. I don't know. Did it really bring in new fans this time? I don't think it has the same effect like the first 2 or 3 seasons had. You don't have the Mustang. Less than 5 laps to go. Can't really think of that much to say really. I'm just trying to grind through this championship, drive this car around. Eventually we'll make it across the line. I think coming up to the Skyline and Z group though. I'll have to see if the Z pits one more time. Yeah, I saw that Audi and Porsche are set up to join F1 like 2026, right? I'm 25 to the Z. We're like 7 seconds behind. Our tires are dying too. The Skyline pits just before the end. Almost catch the Z. I needed like 2 more laps, I think. Just up there though. But that's gonna be Apricot Hill. That kind of dragged, even though it was only a 31-minute race. It wasn't the longest. It just felt like it took longer. The series does start to drag in this middle. It just seems to never end, doesn't it? So 60 points. We have not quite clinched it. We have one more race to clinch the title. Anything crazy happen? That's a pretty good shot. We had a lot of good thumbnail shots that I just haven't used. Used the GT40 for like the 4th week in a row. Some good stuff here though. Just saving the game all the time. I do not want to replay these races. Alright, we'll do one more, for the stream. We'll do the last 3 races then another time. But for this stream, we'll do one more. We haven't seen the long boy tracks yet. Deep Forest, okay. If I remember correctly, Grand Valley, Route 11, and Tokyo are like the last 3 races, and that's gonna absolutely drag. Those are gonna be long boy races. That's why I have them for next week. Deep Forest is the last short track. You don't want to call it that. And hey, I just drove this track yesterday in GT7. Grand Valley Mustang. Everyone goes wide on this corner. Lancer leads. Four-wheel drive cars are doing pretty well. Z's fallen to 5th. Or last place, actually. Wow. One thing, though, is this track is a tire killer. After one lap, though, Omni Mackinnon Lancer leads by quite a margin, too, compared to the rest of the pack. See like who's sneaking up the field. I think the Z has made it past that group. We will be up to second shortly. Whoa, almost getting sideswiped by the Lancer there. We're running at the 124s here. I think this race will go a little bit quicker, which is good. Ah, too bad. Go for a coffee drink. Coffee without milk. Actually, it does have half and half in there. So it's like half milk, half cream. Not Sag. Been almost a year. But let me ask you this. In the year since I left, did it get better? Did it get any better, or did it just get okay? That's the difference. That's the big corner cut there. Yeah, a year later they got Club War now. Kind of lost 2 subs. I really don't care. I really don't care. I had said even in that video from like April last year when I announced I'd be retiring, I straight up said, don't want to watch it, don't watch it. It wouldn't hurt my feelings. I don't know why all the comments have their feeling hurt. Like, you guys gotta understand, I really don't care about the subscriber counts or the money in YouTube. It doesn't mean as much as you think. When I was younger, I thought it meant a lot. But I think the most important thing is that you're having fun, and that the people who do watch are also having fun. I did not watch any Asphalt 9 content at all. I have completely isolated myself from the game. In fact, I didn't watch Asphalt YouTube at all, really. Sometimes I watched laps from like Afik or Alex or other top level players. But like, I never watched, you know, a entertainment channel like Furum or 89 or anyone like that. I know they're both really popular, but I just didn't have the time for that, and I already had enough, you know, enjoyment playing the game myself, doing pretty much the same races. Feels like I almost completely forgot about the game. I remember everything. I remember everything. It wasn't that long ago. But it all felt like the same. What's up, F8? Good to see you. We're doing our weekly quota of people tell me why am I not playing Asphalt. It's like, well, been what, like 50 times we've been through it, and counting every stream. It's like, wait till it happens. Kind of impressive. Any plans in more night streams? I haven't been able to do night stream because I've been pretty busy with studying. I have my exam on Tuesday, and then after that I'll be more free in the evenings for a bit. But I'll be perfectly honest, I'm probably going to supplement that with like going out in real life. So I don't know. Depends what I end up doing next week. Thing is, we don't have that much left in GT3. We really don't. I'd say maybe 4 streams. That's all it's gonna take. It has been a year since this playthrough. But you know what's interesting? So, on average I stream about 2 hours. A year is 52 weeks. Now look at our play timer. Isn't that bonkers? So even after all the sporadic endurance nights and bonus streams, for all the streams I've missed and made up, we've somehow averaged to 52 times 2. It's kind of crazy how that works out. But yeah, a year is a long time and not a long time at the same time. That's a lot of time. Solar Crown? Nope, still dead in the water. I would keep your expectations extremely low. My personal advice. I wonder if the developers straight up forgot about it. No, they're probably still working on it, but they probably have nothing to show us. Still no gameplay, still no actual trailer besides CGI teasers. Very, very small amount of information about the game itself. Whoa, that text overlapped. It's pretty whacked. Wait, why is the T2 text still there? I just realized, that's why. What's going on with that? 53592. What's going on with that? Hold up. Wait a second. I think I just found my first glitch in GT3. Yeah, I just crossed T1's checkpoint. There it goes. I think I just discovered the first ever, like, actual glitch. Uh-oh. I hope it didn't corrupt the save or anything like that. Should I save on a backup memory card? Maybe, let's see. Ooh, I crossed T2 again. Nothing. Ooh. That's a weird bug. I have never seen anything like that before. What causes that, though? I'm just now staying at 53.592. That's so strange. I think it's just a visual bug, but I have no idea. Doesn't do anything. Hopefully no harm. It's just kind of a silly way to do the rest of this race. I'm not an expert on GT3's architecture. That's so weird. I overlapped and you barely see the text change. But the laps are still counting. Did this happen on my pit outlap? I'm trying to think. What could have caused it? I would think it's just a visual bug. But it's so strange. I have no clue. I would think once we get to the replay it would go away, but if it's still there, maybe I'd be worried then. It's gone! What? 53581, that's the new one. It's gone! What the hell was that? As soon as the skyline pitted, it went away. What the hell was that? The longest split time I have ever seen in any racing game. That is a really strange bug. I never knew that existed. Well, you learn something new every day. Yeah, bugs are more common, but it's just strange to see. Like, here's the other thing, is on a game like this that's over 20 years old, everybody knows all the major bugs by now. But for some reason, never heard of this splash. It's clearly a visual bug. It's just kind of strange how that happens. And it didn't crash the game. Didn't completely ruin the experience, just was kind of strange. and overlapped over text. So Skyline's the hero. I have to thank the Skyline for that. I think there was too much information on the screen at the same time and just got rid of the message. But a car probably hit at the same time as I crossed the checkpoint, something stupid like that. And I had to wait until there was like an overflow or something. Because you notice if you cross the checkpoint while like there's a split timer, it won't show up until after, you know, the information disappears. Like a queue, sort of, if you've ever done computer science. Or a stack. I don't know, someone smarter than me could probably explain it. But then sometimes if you cross the checkpoint, the split time, the gap to the next car shows up. It's strange. Bugs have always existed since the beginning of computer programming. It's just, back then you had to pay special attention. There was two things to it. Number one, the computers and the game systems were a lot more simple back then. They had limitations on what you could do to program them, so in a way it was kind of easier to troubleshoot games. Because nowadays computers are so complicated, so complex. The new systems are so complex. It's harder to, you know, fix bugs because on a complicated system, if you change one thing, it might affect another one in a negative way, and there's so many variables. Yeah, now the only way to enjoy the old F1 games is to buy the disc, unless you already own it. But that's just EA for you. They're trying to completely get rid of Codemasters as a name. But it's just, bugs are harder to fix these days. And since it's a more complicated system, they're more likely to show up. And there's kind of two ways bugs can happen. One is through programmer error, and the other is through the actual hardware's design being flawed in some way. Either of those things could cause things to go wrong. And in general, all bugs are bad for gameplay. Even like a visual bug, like the checkpoint bug we just found, is a kind of annoying to have it just sitting there blocking other text. Doesn't completely ruin the experience, but it does make it slightly worse. Very slightly. Yeah, the thing is, back then a lot of bugs in older games, and even in modern games, were only found if you like did something very specific, like you were trying to push the limit of the game. But if you were just playing the game as like it was kind of intended, or without really deviating from anything, it should work just fine. Because that's where they spend probably the majority of quality testing on, is what's the expected way to play the game. But then you have something like Cyberpunk, where even the expected way to play the game is absolute garbage. Bug-ridden. Right, Mustang does not pit. It looks like the Z is going to come out of the pits just before we catch him. But it's weird, because like, I wasn't really pushing the limits of GT3 here. Yeah, I'm pretty far into the game, so probably my save file is huge, but I mean, everyone has got a... The game was supposed to be designed so that you could still play it with 100%. Am I ready for the PC build? Like, here's the thing, is I have no idea. I want to build a PC, I really do. But there's a second thought in me where it's like, do I really really even need the PC right now? And my answer is I kind of don't. I could play Horizon 5, albeit with really long loading times, but that's probably the most graphically intense game I own on PC. The rest I just get the PS5 version. And I thought, you know, if I spend $2,000 or $3,000 even to build a really good PC, I'm not going to do much different than I'm already doing on my 5-year-old gaming laptop that I stream off of. That's just it. Not sure if it's really worth it right now. Because right now I'm saving up for a house and a sports car, and then I'm buying stupid stuff like what I'm about to show you guys in a minute. Here we go. Deep Forest done. Those Lancers fall so fast. They were doing so well at the start of the race. But crazy how it plays out, but that's racing. But yeah, I just find it not really worth it to build the PC right now. Yes, I do have the car pass, so I will get that Audi RS5. The 2018 though. I wish it was the 2021. I like the 2018 too. Alright. I'm starting the timer. Let's get right into it. So, hello everybody. Sorry for keeping y'all waiting, but we're back to do another round. And I haven't played this game since last week. So yeah, first thing, 311, 20 laps. Pretty sure this is the longest race in the championship, so it's again 45 minutes. Right? You make breakfast right now. Cool. Cool. Good news is we already clinched the championship, so win, but you know, I want to get this race done ASAP. I didn't even check the tire strategy, but we're just running, you know, our usual slicks. Probably go on a 1 or maybe even a 2-step, we'll see. Hopefully you guys had a good week. I had a bit of a chaotic week because I had to take my exam on Tuesday, and then I also took some days off at the end of the week, so I'm on like a mini break from the work grind. And just trying to clear my brain of studying. But surprisingly, it's the first time I've played GT since then. However, I do think that I can finally start bringing back weeknight streams. Yeah, it goes. I'm trying to balance, you know, doing some of the real life stuff that I had to cut back on before I get straight back into gaming all the time, because the weather's nicer. So you got prom tomorrow? Oh, money? Nice. Always a fun time. I liked my prom. You got a date for tomorrow, or are you just hanging with friends? Either's cool. You just gotta enjoy yourself. And what's up, F8? I'm doing alright. Pretty tired because I had to take an exam on Tuesday. And I'm still recovering from that. Thanks, Mohammed. I have to wait 2 months until I see my results, so it's gonna be a long wait. But then that will decide if I get more money, which is always nice. Oops. That's like my first huge blunder of this series. Yeah, 2.5 minute lap there. 20 laps. You do the math. It's a long race. Maybe like almost 50 minutes. Oh yeah. You got plenty of time. Was the first thing to do when I was 18. Now, is that a question for me? Is that telling me to make a suggestion? More of a suggestion. I would say you can go to an R-rated movie when you're 17. I don't know. I'd still argue that you get a little bit more freedom when you're 18, but you still can't do the really awesome stuff until you're 21. And even then, it's just like the only thing you get is being able to go to clubs, bars, and have a drink. I'm gonna do like with the Win Single Race Series. I'll see how long this takes. If it takes more than 2 hours to get through these final 3 races, not sure I'll go through it because it'll be like another 30 minutes. But if not, you know, we could start that next week. It's not a huge deal. Oops. I was reading chat instead of doing the driving. I'm just sloppy today. So yeah, minimum drinking age is 18, but gambling is 21. Except you can just play CSGO and buy crypto and stuff like that. There's no age limit for crypto, is there? I don't believe there is. And that's basically modern gambling. Well, crypto haters are having a good week this week because crypto market got absolutely blasted. Especially if you were a Luna holder. I have no sympathy for that though. And what's funny is that people on Twitter are still saying like, you're gonna be a millionaire, as if they didn't lose 99.9% of its entire value in the span of a week. The drinking age is any age if you're sneaky enough. Babies when they die at 20 years old because they can't drink. They've had no water or milk. For real though, like once you turn 18, like honestly it's not much different from when you were 17, because you can still drive a car. You still have pretty much the freedom to go wherever you want. It's usually when you're 18 you just get out of high school, so you either go to college where you have a lot more freedom, or you don't go to college and you still have a lot more freedom because you usually get a job or something. You start making money. So most people go one of those two routes, and that's kind of more where the freedom comes in. And like, yeah, you can go to an R-rated movie or a strip club or something like that, but honestly it's not even a huge deal. An R-rated movie is just an R-rated movie. They play those on TV all the time anyway. And, you know, 18-year-olds will always find access to alcohol. They got fake IDs and older siblings and negligent, you know, fridge access, whatever you want to call it. Go to a college party when you're 18. You can drink. You just, you know, might get busted by the cops, but it's not even that big of a deal. Well, at least not at the college I went to. Yeah, you can have access to, you know, any food when you're 18 pretty much. Nothing off the top of my head is restricted at 21. But yeah, the fun part about being 18, or just being an adult in general, is you kind of have the own independence to, oh, you never tried this restaurant before. You can just go there, and that's that. When am I gonna stream Horizon 5? I just haven't. Like I said, my computer is like really sluggish with just playing Horizon 5, and then streaming it, I haven't even figured out what I'm gonna do about that, because streaming on the same computer as your gaming, you need to have a lot of, you know, free space, well, not free space, but like, you know, you gotta have CPU space, and your graphics card can't be taken up all the way. Which, for me playing a, you know, not graphically intense game, or streaming a PS2 game or something, that's no problem. But Horizon 5 is probably the most graphically intense game on my computer, and it is slugging. So I haven't figured out what I want to do with the stream for that. I haven't. But right now it actually makes more sense if I were to get a Series S and just play it and stream like how I play Gran Turismo. Can you save championship progress in GT4? You sure can. You absolutely can. It works slightly different to GT3 in that you could like back out and go, you know, back to the home garage and all that, but you can't access dealerships or change parts or not or change cars or, you know, enter any other races. You can basically only go home, save, and then that's it. I think Horizon 5 is better than GT7. In many ways it is. I will say, like, the car list is better. And I can't really speak much of the Academy because I haven't, like, spent too much time with Horizon 5. But they just absolutely blast you with cars, and aside from a select few that are hard to get, which is kind of equivalent to the Legendary dealership of GT7, you know, they're pretty good about it. And then also, you know, there's the whole open world versus sim track racing, and that's a whole different question. But Forza open world is as good as it's always been. But GT's always handled its single race approach pretty well. So I'd say those aren't comparable. I will say that the GT7 appreciates car culture more. And car history especially. And that's one of the best things about GT is it is kind of like a tribute to the automobile. Don't mean to sound out fancy, but that's quite literally what the creators put it as. You're basically playing a giant history class. I would say GT7 is... I see the parallels to GT3 for sure. The only thing like I don't see is there's not like repeated events in the same ways like GT3 is. Because GT3 structure is, you know, you got 5 leagues of races and you just kind of do the championships in whatever order you want. I still think GT7's cafe menu book system is probably the strangest decision in game design. Well, sugar is pretty addictive, just saying, F8. Sugar is highly addictive. If you were to eat donuts every single day, you'd die of heart disease. If you were to have beers and liquors every single day, you'd die of kidney failure, liver failure. The whole key is moderation for everything. If you drink a glass of wine, it's not going to kill you. If you have one beer, it's not going to kill you. If you have one donut, it's not going to kill you. If you have 20 beers, that's a problem. If you eat a dozen donuts in one sitting, that's a problem. But, you know, I'm not a nutritionist, but kind of common sense in that way. What is my favorite weird but great car in the GT series? Ooh, I gotta think about this one. Because, like, what classifies as weird but great? Cause, like, when I was younger, I always liked the Chaparral 2J. As the concept of a fan car, and it was like, you know, Can-Am car kind of. The sound it made, it was always, like, strange, and it looked so obscure, but it was fast and it was cool. But that might not be the definition for everyone. I'd say the 2J, the Chaparral 2J, was pretty cool. That one's in GT7. Those old Mercedes carriages from the 1800s are pretty cool, although, you know, they aren't really usable. The suck car. The big suck car. That Auto Union V16 Type C Streamline, whatever it's called, that car from like the 30s, the 1930s. That has like no lights or anything, it's just a flat thing. I think that's a pretty cool car, even if it was like, you know, a death machine that killed all its drivers. What's up, Nita? Yeah, here's the kind of unfortunate thing is that fan cars were banned because they were too good. Like, there was a fan car in Formula 1 that only entered one race, it won, and it was immediately banned. Never to see the technology again. And then other fan cars are just died in obscurity. But it's like, why hasn't anybody... Okay, you can't enter in Formula 1. Why hasn't anybody created a fan car racing series? You know, even like that if you go back to GT5, the Red Bull X 2010 is designed based on the fan car philosophy. And that's why it produces so much downforce or something. Yes, sugar is really addictive. It is ultra addictive. Look it up. They taught us that in health class in high school too. Sugar is overloaded in so many food products, and you know, you're only supposed to have like a certain amount, like I think it's like 28 grams of sugar or something like that a day, and usually that is exhausted in one part of one meal. Natural sugars count as sugar. I think if it's like something from like an apple or something, it doesn't count. I think what they mean is like the granulated sugar or stuff like corn syrup, high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, the Gordon Murray T50, the McLaren F1 reimagining, I think that is also a fan car. The whole key with the sugar is added sugar. That was it. You'll see if you look at the nutrition facts on the box of some foods, you'll see like there's an added sugars category. And that's the sugar that's, you know, super addictive. And the reason it's there is because it makes the food taste good. Like, if you remember from science class, I forget which year of high school they teach you this, but it's like sugars and like glucose, right? And glucose is just a natural component of some foods. So like for instance, an apple has natural sugars because that's just how it's grown. You don't add anything to it. It's just part of it. But the apple's natural sugar works similarly to regular sugar in that it'll give you, you know, a burst of energy. But obviously apples are pretty damn good for you. And it's what humans have survived off of for thousands of years. Again, it all comes back to moderation. Like, you just gotta pay attention to if a food has added sugar or high fructose corn syrup or just an excessive amount of sugar, even if it's not added. You just pay attention to that. And just like what I said about like alcohol or junk food, just moderation. Don't overdo it. And as long as, you know, you balance your food out. You could eat something like fried chicken or a burger as long as you know, also have your fruits, veggies, your regular good food. You get all your protein, your carbs in the right amount. Complement it with exercise, and you're good to go. My tires are still fine, but it's lap 10, so I'm not sure if I should pit just because. But it looks like we're going to need to make a stop anyway, so I'll just do a 50-50 split. Sugar time. Which GT game would I 100% over and over again? That's a tricky question because doing that for anything will take forever. So that's the thing. I think the shortest game is either GT1 or GT6. But even that takes a quite considerable amount of time. I'm not sure. I would say GT is not the type of game to be 100% over and over like a speed run. Because there's just so many different ways you can do a playthrough. You've been slacking on running. I'm not really a runner. I prefer taking long walks, or if I'm doing a cardio machine, an elliptical. But there's multiple ways you can do it. Everyone has their preferences. Just in summary, just don't do too much of anything really. You do too much, it's usually not good. Even if you do like too much water. If you drink too much water, you feel sick. So it doesn't mean don't drink water, it just means don't overdo it. And you can apply that to everything. Which kind of makes sense, right? Every part of your body kind of needs breaks from doing constant everything. Think of like a machine. If you were having it run 100% of the time without letting it cool off, it would probably break faster. And you could think of that as like your organs. And yeah, obviously our bodies are running 100% of the time, but you know, just don't give it too much of anything. If it isn't existential crisis time. See, in terms of GT4, and I keep saying this, like, I really, really do want to do a playthrough. Oh, I just lost my TV signal. Okay, it's back. That was really strange. Looks like I didn't lose my video feed. That's the second time that's happened in this playthrough. At least this isn't a super intense, like, race or something. Maybe my component cable's busted or something. I don't know. But yeah, in terms of GT4, I do really want to play through it. It's just such a long game that I don't think I could do a 100% playthrough of it. What I can do though is do a stream where I'm grinding licenses, do a stream where like I'm going through the early championships, do some streams where I'm just buying cars and just running with them. But in terms of going for full progression, that's a big ask, I think. Especially directly after GT3. GT4 is a pretty long game. Immediately the next game we're going to play through is Burnout 3. But that's not that long of a game. That one is not that long. Under 20 hours, I'd imagine. It's taken a year to 100% GT4. I reckon it would take 3 years, or sorry, it's taken a year to 100% GT3 almost. I would say it's going to take like 3 years to 100% GT4. At that point, you would just call me a Gran Turismo YouTuber then, because I've literally pretty much posting GT for like 99% of the last year. Which for me, I don't mind. But I know I promised when I left Asphalt that I would do like more racing stuff in general. So yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll do our Burnout 3 grind, and then maybe I'll do a Need for Speed game. One could be Hot Pursuit 2. That was always my favorite when I was growing up. We did Most Wanted 4 years ago, so that's already checked off the list. Although, I gotta show you guys my retro pickups at some point. So how many years would it take to 100% GT5? If I streamed all of it, like 10 years. Because I mean, technically on my original save, I have one race left to 100%. To get like true 100%. Which is the Nürburgring 24 Hours A-spec. I just haven't gotten to doing it yet. I haven't played GT5 since I got the Platinum Trophy after doing 24 Hours Le Mans. The thing is with GT5, it's grinding to level 40 to get the final races. That takes so long. It would be incredibly boring to stream if I'm being perfectly honest. But all the non-grinding parts of GT5, and if you just do, let's say, A-spec, that could be condensed in about 150 to 200 hours. So I'd say that'd take like a year or two. But if you want to go for true 100%, you have to do both A-spec and B-spec, and you have to do the grinding for those two, which B-spec especially takes forever to grind, because the servers are gone. If the online servers were back, it would be a shorter game, but they're not. So you have to deal with what we have, and what we have doesn't pay that much. Yeah, Hot Pursuit 2 I think I would come back to. I haven't given that game a proper crack in, I'd say, like 10 years. You know, I brought that game to college, and you know, I played with it with my friends just for fun. It's like chasing each other in cop cars and stuff like that. Always a fun time, but I haven't like done the career mode since I was a little kid. Try Need for Speed Carbon? Yeah, rip the Carbon playthrough. We started Need for Speed Carbon in 2019, I want to say. Yeah, 2019. I did one part and just never came back to it. Yeah, GT3 A-spec's a good game. Where's B-spec? Yeah, I think doing random streams of GT4 would be pretty fun. I will say, once we finish this game, I think I'll be open to like opening up my channel to do a lot more stuff. It's like Burnout 3 is not really a game where you got to grind and knock out a bunch of stuff. Burnout 3 works in that there's like 60 race events and like 60 crash events, and that's that. You just do them. I don't even know how I would structure uploading the parts on YouTube. But it's whatever. Yeah, GT5, I think, was a great game. It's just a lot of people were impatient with the delays, and then the changes they did make weren't popular. Like, I do agree that the level XP system was probably not right for the series. It didn't need it. I see why it works in an online space, but the thing is they restricted some cars to level caps, and after like level 24, it just becomes a mammoth of a grind, because the only cars you can't buy after that level are the Red Bull cars. The difference between A-spec and B-spec is really simple. In A-spec, you're driving the car. In B-spec, you have an AI computer drive the car. So, you know, whatever floats your boat. If you want to fulfill your racing manager fantasy, you can do B-spec your whole playthrough. And that's okay. But in my opinion, which I think most people would agree, actually driving the car is more fun. So, you know, it's whatever your own personal preference is. Some races are actually really hard to win with B-spec because the B-spec driver is kind of trash at the game. So you need to always give them overpowered cars, and sometimes those overpowered cars B-spec driver can't handle, and then sometimes the AI are also like as good as the overpowered. Like you can't overtune a car. Up fastest lap, we got 209. I thought the lap was kind of scrappy. Yeah, this race, despite being pretty long, is kind of flying by, because I think I'm enjoying this chat. So thank you guys for that. We bumped the wall. That was a good start of the lap. They didn't actually drop dead, but in the last F1 race, Mick and Seb crashed in like the final laps. Specifically, Mick went for a dive bomb in turn 1, and Vettel wasn't expecting it, so they both collided, and were both out. And they were both in the points. Especially Mick was like sitting in P9, so he could have gotten points. His first points. And now he's got to wait quite a bit longer. But yeah, that was painful because literally Seb is Mick's mentor. And he crashed into him on a kind of boneheaded dive bomb. Another 209. I messed up the chicane in the middle. Well, not the chicane, but the corner right before the chicane. We just skimmed the wall, but I didn't lose too much time. What's my all-time favorite Lamborghini car? I'd say the Diablo SP. On just pure nostalgia. Are you finally lapping your car? So what's the most heard rumor about a game being released? I don't know what you mean by that. GTA 6 is kind of the biggest running gag in the gaming world because of how much people are hyping something that's got like no information about it. Excuse me, Lancer. Punch it, and I think that'll be a new fastest lap. That felt like a pretty good lap. Oh, we gotta see. Not a 207, but we skipped a whole second. Pretty good. Also, 3 laps to go. Something tells me this is not going to be fastest lap. It might have been done in GT4 wrap, I don't know. Although 4GTs are, you know, incredibly rare, and probably a lot of people who own them keep them stock. Maybe one day a collector who played GT4 is going to pick one up and then do a wrap. Need for Speed High Stakes? Yep. Oh, ever going to play it? Like a playthrough? I don't know. I've never done a full playthrough of High Stakes. Ever in my life. I've always just kind of played it and then like never got far in the progression because personally I don't really like the controls of the game. That's a game where its controls haven't really aged well, but I think it's more so an issue I have with the PS1 controller rather than its physics per se. I don't know. Well, actually I do know. So, back then, even with GT3, the default controls have you pushing down the X button, which is like the A button, but you hold down X to drive and press square to brake. And for me, that was terrible. Like, I loved it when I was a kid, but as I got older, and by older I mean like 10, my thumbs would genuinely start to hurt if I, you know, drove for more than an hour. But, you know, right when I was getting to age 10, that was when like the whole use the triggers to drive became popular, and controllers started getting designed with a trigger in mind. And that is so much better. It is so much better. I could drive all day with that control scheme. So every game that allows me to switch, even like the PS2, which doesn't have triggers, it's just a button, it is still more comfortable than using the X button. Every game that lets me switch the controls to R2 and L2 to drive, like this game, totally up my alley, and I could do this all day and drive with, you know, pretty good consistency and precision throughout. As I say, my controller dies, okay. I think I just messed with the wire back the wrong way. Oops, oh well. This controller's giving out on me. I've had this controller for over 10 years now. I bought it like brand new in like 2012. And I've tried to baby it all the way, but you know, if you put enough hours into the controller, it has its limits. I mean, thankfully I was able to find another DualShock 2 in good condition only a few months ago. Or by a few months ago I mean last month, for like $20, and I scooped that up and it's sitting right there. So when this controller dies, you know, I'll switch to the other DualShock I got. Because this one still works, you just gotta be careful not to bend the wires in an awkward way. If I was in like a esports competition, I probably wouldn't use this controller, but for like this, it's fine. I haven't like seriously played high stakes, but I thought also, you know, like the physics haven't aged that well. I mean, most retro games, to be honest, don't have good physics. Like even Hot Pursuit 2, I remember when I played it a couple years ago with my friends, like it was just really hard to figure out. I feel like game developers didn't really figure out physics until like 2004, 2005. And even then there's still some games that just behave like trash. I'd say literally like only the old Gran Turismos have good, well-aged controls. Like if you play GT1, GT2, they genuinely have good controls. And then GT3, GT4 are just, oof, they're so good. 10 out of 10 still. When you get to GT5 and GT6, that's where you start bringing in the wheel discussion. But these games were like peak controller times. It's so good. Anyway, finally clear Route 11 in under 45 minutes. So there you go. And I didn't really lap that many cars. I only lapped the 2 Lancers. So I'll just close it at that then. That turns championship standings. Look at that, the Mustang and the Skyline are tied with 2 rounds to go. That's gonna be spicy. And honestly, the Lancers still have stuff to play for. 2 races, that could flip. Let's keep going. Well, rotary cars are pretty uncommon still. It's literally just Mazdas that use them. And yeah, you know, if you look at the Mazda 77V's like racing history, it was praised for like, you know, being so reliable, but the truth is a rotary car shouldn't have done that well. It's just Mazda designed their engine brilliantly on that car. And also, the other cars were unreliable. The reason the 787V won was because the faster cars blew up and had to nurse problems. So the 787V, despite not being the fastest at all, but just ran smoothly, just won the race on just consistency. Big dive bomb for the Lancer. Totally takes the Mustang out of commission. But does Mazda even produce rotary cars anymore? Like, do they still make the RX-8s? I don't think so. Nice sunset. I don't know why, but the RX-7 looks really good in this sunset environment. The blue just like pops out more. It looks kind of cartoony in a way. If you ever like played the game Auto Modelista, whatever it's called, it's like that cartoony driving game. This RX-7 looks pretty similar to that art style from some light angles. 370Z is, the 350Z is faster in a straight line. He actually goes for the repass. Look at that. Yeah, like I said at the start of the stream, the last 3 races of this championship are the longest ones. Saved the worst for last. I mean, F8, we literally just answered that question. I mean, they aren't bombs in the car in terms of, like, they won't, like, constantly blow up and blow up and blow up. But, you know, you'll have a better time with a inline 4 than you will with a rotary. This is also going to be 45 minutes. These lap times are just as long as Route 11. Starting to get settled in with this car. Just making sure I'm not getting dive bombed. Yeah, California is extremely expensive to live in. I forget if it's number 1 or number 2 on the most expensive state to live in, with the other one being New York, specifically New York City. But, you know, if you're a San Francisco resident, you know, you're dealing with $5,000 a month rents, which is never good. And that $5,000 a month isn't a mansion; it's a freaking box studio apartment. And it's kind of similar with New York City too. But you know, I haven't been to California in 3 years, but everything is so much more expensive than Chicago, which even Chicago, the city Chicago, it's pricier than the suburbs, but it's not California level. Oh yeah, that's right, Hawaii's expensive because they have to import everything. When you import stuff, it raises the price. Yeah, Chicago has pretty high taxes. We have like a 10% tax on like literally everything, and then like some tax like I think there's a sugar tax, alcohol's another tax added to it. Property taxes are high. Income tax, pretty significant. It's all like pretty painful. I mean, I'll take it from me, like, I'm just trying to save up for my own place, but it's pretty tricky to time it right because I'm seeing rents go up like crazy, and I don't think renting is a good idea for me. It just makes more sense to save up a bit longer and wait for the market to get better. Interesting turn right there. But it's tricky. Looks like the housing market's going up higher than I could save, which isn't sustainable for one person. But yeah, I remember going to California and it being like, in 2019 by the way, like $25 for a dinner. Even like Denny's was like $15. The only thing that I found was actually cheap was In-N-Out Burger. I tried that and it was actually pretty cheap. I don't know if it's still like that 3 years later, but everything's gone up in price. Yeah, Illinois is like one of the most corrupt states too, because we just cannot budget correctly. I don't mean to talk super politics, but you know. Illinois gets so much money and then we just never fix some fundamental issues, which yeah, there's millions of people in Chicago, there's a lot to fix, but you know, you have to start somewhere and there's not enough being done. There's always construction going on, and then there's always like bridges and railways and stuff that are poorly maintained. The transportation, the trains are kind of gross if you take them at the wrong time. Like if you take the CTA, it can be kind of sketchy at certain times. And then like you always have to like watch out if you're going exploring in the city. And then trying to get by with a car can also be tricky if you're trying to park somewhere that is in the suburbs. So yeah. Congratulations, you just figured out that politics is pretty muddy business. It kind of sucks because, like, as me, a gamer, I can't really do much about it besides vote for people. But it's so tricky to have trust in anybody these days. And then what does change, it doesn't seem to make us go backwards. It's really sad. You get what I mean? I shouldn't have to really explain, but if you know what I mean, you know. never been to Connecticut. I've never been to the Bronx. I've only ever been to New York for that ESL tournament, and that was in Brooklyn. I want to travel more. I just haven't had that many chances yet. Grand Valley race is dragging on already. Well, I think both New York City and San Francisco are ridiculously expensive. Like, if you go look up rents on apartments.com, it will make you like literally want to cry because it is so bad. And you must think like, okay, the reason rents are so expensive is because the jobs there are so good and they pay a lot. But that's only half of the story. And the thing is, like, for every person that has a high-paying tech job, there's like 20 people who don't, and they're working at minimum wage jobs and they still have to deal with ridiculously high rent. And that's like the true fallacy. It's unfortunate. And it's like that in honestly most cities. It's just the biggest difference in like San Francisco and New York City. But in those places, literally, like, you only need, well, not only need, you need a high-paying tech job to make it out there and have some form of savings. New York is not 2K a month, unless you're talking about a box on the street. Three years ago, when I was looking at doing an internship in Boston, rents were like $3,500 a month, and that's Boston, which is not too far away from New York City. Last week's F1 race, it was okay. It went better than I thought, but I don't know, the track's missing something. I think they need to redo the track surface, like, and properly look at it, and that would make the racing better. And then they need to get rid of the awkward chicane. I'm gonna do a two-stopper. So hey Fearum, long time no see. Worst part is the higher salaries in those cities don't make up for the higher rent. They really don't. You know, again, I'll take it from my experience, but I work as an actuary, and full disclosure, that's like one of those jobs that, you know, allows you to, you know, make a good living. But if I were to actually live in the city, rents are like $2,500 a month minimum, for good areas. And then if you want to get any place cheaper, you have to, you know, go pretty far out from the city, or you have to move to more dangerous areas or unclean buildings, or, you know, it's just stuff you have to compromise on. So for me personally, the best option is actually just still living with my parents, because I'm already like fully established here. I know my neighborhood off the back of my hand, and you know, I'm not too far away from a train station, so I could still get to Chicago relatively easily. Just as easily if I were to live in a neighborhood with, you know, maybe only 2,000 rents, but still, you know, 15-20 minutes from a train and having to commute 45 minutes to work. It doesn't make sense. And I'm an actuary. I was someone who was not an actuary. That'd be a much harder decision to make, and not everybody has the luxury of just staying with their parents. It's pretty sad. I do want to move out. I really do. And I've been saving, but I've been paying attention to the house market for 6 months now, and it is not getting any better. Yeah, that's really good for you. I have quite a few college friends who got jobs in areas that don't have much going on, but they have that company there, and they're perfectly content. And then they could buy a house for only like $100 grand, which I'm super jealous of. But you know, they're happy with it. I'm happy for them. It's a trade-off. I grew up in the Chicago area where there's always a lot going on, so trying to skip back to a lower cost of living area is a little tricky for me. It would be a lot to get used to. I mean, maybe I could do that as an option. But then, in that respect, I still think the best move is to wait for the housing market to get a bit better. Because right now, it's just kind of screwy for everything. It's just in low-cost areas. It still looks okay because it hasn't beaten that threshold yet. But if we see a dip, everything will dip. My hope is to move out next year, but, you know, that's being optimistic. And a year is still a long time. It's not a long time, and it is a long time at the same time. And the other thing that doesn't hit at first is, you know, even if you make like a year's salary, it takes a year to get that year's salary. And it builds up slowly. It's a long process. So, it's a little bit difficult to stomach. But then again, I've done this for 1 year already, so I could do another year. What's up, Ainsane? Welcome back. Man, we just got to the halfway point and we're 21 minutes in. Granville feels like a lot longer of a trek than Route 11, despite it being actually a little bit shorter. How'd my exam go? So I'm done with it. It went better than last time. This was my second attempt at Mass 1. And I felt a lot more comfortable this time. I still had to skip a couple questions. Well, a couple, I mean like 9 out of 45. But the way Mass's scoring system works is if you answer a question incorrectly, you lose half a point. And the number of points required to pass is like 55% of the available points. So it's like kind of playing a puzzle in a way. Of like, what are you comfortable answering and what are you not? So I felt pretty good. Basically what that means is like you need to answer around 28 questions correctly to pass. I answered 36, and I was pretty confident about most of them, so I'm hoping that's enough. But I gotta wait 6 to 8 weeks to figure that out. But I genuinely forgot what it was like to not study. Because I've done a study session literally every day since like mid-January. And I genuinely forgot what it's like to not study, where it's like I get off work, I'm like, oh, I don't have to study for 2 hours. That's pretty nice. Yes, you're better off straight up not answering them. Because there's 5 answer choices, and, you know, if you're genuinely stuck, if you guess, you have an 80% chance of losing half a point. But if you don't guess, you don't lose anything. If you don't answer, you don't lose any points. And if you get a question right, you earn 2 points. So, you know, it's all about being careful with your guesses. If you can, like, do process of elimination and bring it down to, like, a 50-50, you could absolutely guess. And that's what I did. I was 50-50 on a couple questions, and I went with an educated guess. And I was willing to risk those points. Because for every guess you get right, it takes 4 wrong answers to undo that. So, with that in mind, you know, you're better off guessing than not guessing in those ways, if you can get a 50-50. Yeah, it's a math question, right? Or a gambler's rune question. So, F8, yes, how my college friends are doing. They actually are graduating right now, and I'm not watching it. So, when I mentioned last week that I wasn't sure if I was going to stream, that was because I wasn't sure if I was traveling to Peoria. And I didn't end up doing that, just because of busy reasons. We're just going to hang out over here at home where everyone's at. So, Mohammed, this is for the actuarial field, which, if you know what that is, it's basically a combination of math, finance, risk, economics. So, like, for instance, my job as an actuary, I'm an analyst. I work for an insurance broker where we basically calculate costs for insurance companies to do the insurance placements, if you have no idea what any of that meant. Basically, think of, like, if you need a car insurance policy, think of an insurance company getting its own insurance policy to cover its risk. That's a very, very, very simple way to put it. But basically, I do the math for those transactions. And in order to get certified, you have to take a series of exams to get professionally certified. There's 10 exams, and they are all super difficult. They take, you know, around 300, 400 hours to study for each. Passing them means you get closer to your credential, and you usually get financial incentives from work. So, like, raises and bonuses. And some of the tests, really only the early ones, the material's covered in college, but then once you get past a certain point, you kind of have to self-study and read source materials. So it just becomes increasingly difficult. Every exam, when you're taking it, feels like the hardest thing ever. So it's just really painful at times. But the rewards are great. And actuaries are pretty well paid. They won't make the, you know, the billionaire CEO status, Not impossible, but not likely. But then actuaries have traditionally a really good work-life balance, still really good pay, and they have long, stable careers. And essentially where I'm at in my career is I've been working for 1 year. I have 3 of the 10 exams passed. I just took my 4th one this week a few days ago, and I don't find out my result until 2 months from now. And basically if I pass, get a little bit of extra cash, and I just have to start working on the next one. And if I fail, I just have to take it again. Sucks, but that's just part of the grind. Sorry for completely ignoring Royalkin. So you just did A-spec 24 hours Le Mans. Nice. Yeah, that race is pretty easy with the X2010 because you can like park for 6 hours. And yeah, the Nürburgring 4 hours, I only did that a few times because I retroactively had XP from the online servers, but yeah, that's the best XP per hour. It sounds like heavy stuff. It is. I mean, the way to make sense of it is, you know, in order to get the good salaries, you know, you have to work hard one way or another. For engineers, they have rigorous undergrad work, and then when they actually go to their jobs, you know, they have to do some pretty complicated stuff. They might have to move to places they aren't comfortable with, but then they get paid really well. For an actuary, their undergraduate program, most of the difficulties in the math courses, but if you're good at math, it's not that bad. But then the grind begins when you're taking exams and trying to balance your life. You know, it's kind of a trade-off. But the whole key is, since it's hard to get fully certified, that's why the compensation's good. I'm salaried as an actuary. I'm not waged. And here's the thing. Salary and wage are sort of the same thing if you do 40 hours. It doesn't really change that much. In fact, if you're salaried, you aren't eligible for overtime or something like that, and you get a yearly bonus. But, for instance, in my case, I have to wait until March to get a bonus. And from now, March is a long time. Salary only means that you're paid by the 2-week period and not by the hour. Like if I were to make a, you know, an hourly wage, if I were to do 50 hours instead of 40, I'd get 50 hours plus some overtime premium. But if I were to do a salary job, I get paid the same if I did 30 hours, 40 hours, or 50 hours. But it pays you for the equivalent of 40 hours of work, if that makes sense. But yeah, if you like math, and you're good with computers, and you're sort of interested in like finance and economics and stuff, and you're okay with taking exams outside of college, then by all means, actuary is probably a good idea. The one nice thing about actuarial is you don't have to go into graduate school, like engineers might. So in a way, the exam process is kind of like grad school, but it's on your own pace. Well, F8, if you want the short answer, it's don't live in California. But, you know, obviously that's not ideal for anybody who's native there. Economics is a really tricky concept. It's a really hard problem to solve because there's no good answer for every single party. I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, how you been? It's been forever since I've had you on a stream. But we're just chilling today. You're probably all done with your semester, right? So it's probably really chill right now. Loop hitting one more time. When's my next exam? 6 months from now. Once you get to a certain point, which is after the 3rd exam, the exams are only offered twice a year. In May and in October. So, I got a bit of time. Usually it takes about 4 months to study from when you start to when you actually take the exam, if you pace yourself. So, I think after the 4th of July weekend is when I'll start again, which isn't really that much time. It's only like 6 weeks of freedom, but it is what it is. You're moving in a week to start your ship. Oh, that's fun. That's nice. Are you trying like a brand new city? Like, have you ever been there? Because, in 2020, I had an internship lined up where I was supposed to move to Arizona for the summer, but then pandemic happened and I had to do remote. But I had never been to Arizona before that point, so it would have been a completely different experience. That's just a tangent. But have you been to this area? I think it would be pretty fun to move away. It's sort of like moving to a new college again. Exciting. Well, if it has an exam center, at least there's something going on. That seems pretty good, though. I mean, you'll meet a bunch of people at your internship. Either your work friends or just people who are just around. And it'll be a great time. I think you'll like it. Alright, 3 laps to go. I haven't really kept up with the asphalt trends, but how is the game doing? Because, I don't know, I still get pings about like, oh, they're doing club stuff or whatever, but I haven't really kept track of like, how's it doing. It's been a year since I've left now, and I don't know. I've heard it's getting better, but I don't know, I just remember asphalt events always were like in swings. Sometimes you had a good update, sometimes not. Yeah, I know, sorry to bring it up. I'm the one who brought it up this week. But I'm not really in the loop anymore. Yeah, that's what I've heard. The Club Clash is pretty popular. Yeah. I still think it was like right for myself to leave. I think I left at a good time. I enjoyed the journey there, but I still think if I were to ever come back, I could use my garage that I currently had last year and still have a great time. Well, as good as the time they let you have, but I think you're sticking around for your channel. So yeah, that's what I was like in early 2021 and part of 2020. But yeah, it's in a philosophical way. It's hard to give up on something that's like granted you so much, like success. You know, because like I was doing so well when I had Asphalt 8 on the channel. Then Asphalt 9 I was doing alright. And now I always get comments that are like, oh, come back, you know, you aren't doing well. And it's like, I disagree with that. Sure, I don't get views or as many subscribers, but I enjoy myself more playing these other games. And then, you know, for me it's not about the YouTube money, because obviously I make a lot more money at my real job. That's not my motivation these days. It's more so just, can I have a good time with what I do on the channel? Which I think I'm having a pretty good time here, you know, playing classic games and chatting with a smaller audience, but it's still an audience. One thing I didn't like about when I was like streaming to 150 plus viewers was messages would fly by, and you know, sometimes I wouldn't answer everybody, and I'd see people get kind of angry, and it's like, you know, there's physical limits to, can you keep track of everything on the screen? Can you still play the game at a high level? Because remember, I was, you know, trying to still be competitive. And then can you still try to entertain 150 plus people? It's kind of a big ask. But when I'm chatting to, you know, 10, 15, 20 people, even 5 people, or 2, it's a lot more conversational. In my opinion, it's a better way of interacting with your chat. Plus, if you're clout chasing, like, just on a separate note, people put targets on your back, and it's really annoying to deal with. You do everything right, and then, you know, you'll start to brew communities of people either against you, or people who will try to like troll, or just put a bigger target on your back. I'm not saying like, oh, because I made a mistake, I don't deserve something. That's not what I mean. But it's like, look at somebody like Pokimane. You know, Mr. I have a lot of people, you know, put a target on her back. People flame it on Twitter, Reddit, all the time, because she's successful, and let's be real, because she's a woman. But it's really sad that that happens like that, and that's just something that naturally happens when you become popular. And it's not just like Pokimane, it's male streamers too. It's just, you know, if you become popular, you get a lot more attention on you, and it's, in a way, a curse to deal with. So in a way, I don't mind if my channel is not in limelight and I'm only broadcasting to a few people. Not because I'm a bad person or anything like that, but it's just easier to manage. I can still have my regular life and not worry about, oh, is some guy trying to stalk me or something like that in real life. You still miss messages. I still miss messages now, yeah, because I'm trying to drive. I mean, I will be honest, is that sometimes I do read messages and I just don't respond to them. Could be any reason, literally. But I do try to read everything. And the good news is, like, you know, if I have a screen and I miss the message, I can go back and view, even if it's minutes ago. You know, still read the message. So have I ever been recognized in real life from YouTube? Well, sort of. Sort of. Actually, yes. Yes, I have. When I did the commentary at E3 2019 in New York City, when we were setting up the tech, you know, some people were starting to, you know, fill the grandstands early. And while I was, like, reading a script or something like that, there was, like, 2 people from the grandstands that called my name, called Hot Dog. So I went to go chat with them. They recognized me. And they even messaged me on Discord saying, like, hey, that was me in the stands back there. You did great, you know. So, like, that was the only ever time. But I don't know if you'd really count that in public because, you know, that was an event where it's like, it was advertised I'd be there. But that's still really cool. Yeah, should that really count? I mean, it wasn't after the broadcast. It was before the broadcast. And then, the only other time that's happened, was at my college. There was one person who recognized what I was. And I won't reveal their identity. But they are also a pretty well-known asphalt player. And it was just pure coincidence that we went to the exact same college. But I don't know if that really counts. But yes, I am still good friends with this person in real life. Yeah, I'll tell you later if you're in. But yes. But again, that's not really getting recognized in public. I don't know if you'd count that. But yeah, no, I've never, like, gone to Chipotle and, like, the cashier's like, oh, dude, I watch your videos. It's not like that. I mean, that sounds pretty funny if that ever were to happen. But usually if I'm ever recognized, it's because, like, it was either someone I knew from high school or, like, one of my brother's friends or whatever who's, like, working at Starbucks or something like that. And it's not like, oh, you're Hot Dog, it's, oh, you're Lucas. You don't see Firm's messages? I don't know what's up with that. So old supercars used to have shifters with sticks to gear. I mean, that's just because paddle shifters are faster. Now, nowadays these cars have dual clutches, they're automatic, you don't miss shifts, it's just more reliable, faster, and easier. And if easier makes the car faster, then that's the way. It takes a little bit away from the overall driving experience, but it's still pretty good. Yeah, YouTube's tricky. I saw that YouTube is demoing gift subs similar to like what Twitch does. Like, you know how like you can join a YouTube channel, which is the same thing as like a Twitch paid subscription. Now you can, similar to Twitch, do a gift membership. I don't know if my channel has this enabled, but I saw that they're demoing that. I hope they improve YouTube more. I think YouTube streaming has been a good platform. It's just been behind Twitch. It doesn't have, you know, the emote support. Copyright's still really busted. I didn't check, but you know how there was like the issue with like the Spyro soundtrack in my videos? So they took the album off of Spotify and all the services, but I don't know if they removed the copyright claims. I literally just saw that the gifting stuff was being demoed like 3 days ago. I think it might be just a beta for some YouTubers. I haven't kept track of it. But I know that's something that's happening. YouTube needs to bring like a Twitch Prime level thing where you get like a free sub. That genuinely helps content creators. Okay, well thankfully this race is under 2 minutes a lap, so this will be less than 40 minutes. Oh, Google One does that? I didn't know that. Or is that a request? What happened to the Z? He like had a bad corner or something. Because now all of a sudden I'm about to pass him. Alright, here we go. See if I get a slipstream. Yeah, I have a Z in the garage that I got from the IB license. Don't remember if I ever drove it. But yeah, it's been the star competitor of this series. Which is weird. I wouldn't expect it to beat like the R33 Skyline. But it's just good. I think the other opponents you could get are like a Corvette Z06, which is really fast but has a terrible pit strategy. Like a Supra. All their like regular cars. I haven't done a ton of research on this championship, but it's there. Z makes the outside pass. Now we're using regular slicks. I see, so the Z went heavily into the wall there, and that's slowing him down. We've done almost 500 miles in this championship, by the way. If you look on the bottom right, our mileage counter is 460. We just might hit 500 in this race. If it wasn't for GT Sport, do I think GT7 would have been worth $70 graphic-wise? I mean, I think it still is. It's just GT Sport is a beautiful looking game, and there's not way too much to improve on, if I'm being perfectly honest. The game looks beautiful. We're at this point in graphics where games look almost photorealistic. Almost. And in some cases, it is photorealistic. If you look at Gran Turismo Escapes mode, some of those pictures genuinely look like real life. And replay shots and stuff. We are kind of at a plateau point. And nowadays, in modern graphics, it's all about speeding up load times, better frame rates, more textures, sure. But, you know, take it like Gran Turismo 5. The grass blades are still like an image file, whereas in GT Sport now they use actual individual blades of grass. So that's a lot to do. And then sometimes the backgrounds have a lot more detail, but you look at like a fake crowd shot, you know, in Gran Turismo 7, it still looks kind of fake, and I get it, you know, why put so much detail on like models that you barely look at unless you're going for the replays? Which makes sense. Most of the graphics should be on the car. But you know, those are areas of improvement. I've like climbed so far ahead of the Z, I forget if he pitted. Bad corner. Hope with that realistic gear pick. Focus on content. I don't know, everyone's going the money route. We've had this conversation over and over, but it's clear that the graphics are selling the game at first, and then the money is made on the poor content maps. I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back in a minute. I'm back. But yeah, game companies are fully, you know, made the graphics look good with a highly CGI'd trailer, do all that marketing jazz, promise, you know, stuff, under-deliver, release a bunch of bugs, set up a battle pass to get consistent player counts, and then say, you know, look, the game did well because 3 months later we still have like 100,000 players or whatever. But, those games die fast. Look at Halo Infinite right now. That game was super hyped when it came out, and nobody talks about it anymore. It's only been like 6 months. What happened? What happened? We'll let the modders fix it. But the thing is, the modders can't even get to the PS5 level games yet. The modders are just now fixing PS3 games. And fixing is a pretty loose term considering all the hoops you have to jump for to actually get to those fixes. The PS2 modding scene is also just taking off right now. And unless you're in the PC game market, which yeah, modders get to a lot faster, it still sucks. But you have to have unofficial patches and private servers just to make the game playable. It is ridiculous in some ways. Yeah. Oh man. Just getting done with lap 8. There's a game that's unfinished. It's getting a movie. What are you talking about? I know that the Mario movie's coming out like next year, right? It got delayed. Poppy Playtime. That's getting a movie. I haven't looked at that game at all. It just seems like to me like the next Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, trendy horror game that kids like. That will get run to the ground in due time. Yeah. Yeah, that's my reaction weekly. Like, really? Like, why does it need to happen? Doesn't. The Bored Ape movie. The Bored Ape Yacht Club movie. I don't know. NFT market had a huge dive bomb in the last couple weeks. Yeah, you haven't seen that on Twitter? It's been like for a few months, like we had like there's like an animated short, and I use the term animated real loosely here, of a Bored Ape TV series. I'll put it. It goes about as well as you'd expect. And there's like a movie that they'll make. It is quite ridiculous. Yeah, the Mario movie has been known for like half a year now, right? Chris Pratt, Mario. It's weird because it's got like a huge celebrity cast of the characters, and it's like nobody even knows what is gonna happen with this movie. It's made by the people who made the Minions movies, so I have no faith in it doing well. Well, it'll do well in the box office because it's gonna absolutely print money, but as an actual movie, I think it's gonna completely flop. That was your introduction to NFTs. Nice. Outlast should have a movie. I've never actually played Outlast. I think I have it on PlayStation because it was like free 1 month and I just never got to it. Alright, so let's pit. This will be our last pit stop of this championship. Criticism nightmare. Is that like a scene where like the Bored Ape has a nightmare that he's getting criticized? Like that's what I take of it. Like it just seems like it was written by some edgy 13-year-old who just sunk like his $100 birthday check into meme coin, lost 90% of it, and is still trying to like cope with it. Yeah, it is that. That is so freaking stupid. You know how was it Square Enix who sold like so many IPs, including I think Final Fantasy, right? Just to do NFTs. That is probably the most down bad thing I have ever seen a publisher do. Like, it's one thing selling your properties for money or because you can't develop them anymore, but to sell it to do... They didn't sell Final Fantasy. Was it Deus Ex? I don't know, I thought they sold a pretty big IP to do NFTs. NFTs is why YouTube Vance got taken down. I still have it on my phone. I will use it until it is literally dead. I will hold that thing on life support until it dies in my arms. Deus Ex and Tomb Raider, that's right. But yeah, Vance did NFTs of a YouTube piracy app because they thought that was a good idea. You know what I don't get about the NFT crowd? They seem like it is perfectly acceptable to like directly copyright infringe on everything. Just make it an NFT. Like, they're doing dead YouTubers and already existing artwork and stealing art and stuff like that. And they think it's perfectly acceptable for some reason, even though it's like, you know, blatant copyright abuse. Like, there was... You guys remember the Floydies coin? I don't know if you ever saw this, but there was a... I'm not going to joke here. A George Floyd NFT lineup. Great timing on that joining Cheese Fart. With the name too. What's up, Cheese Fart? But yes, I'm not kidding. That was a real NFT minting. Yeah, that's the best way to put it, F8. Bruh. And obviously none of it was ever approved by family or anything like that. It was just some trolls just trying to take advantage of a disgusting... They're just absolutely terrible. The people who created that. Just taking advantage of a terrible situation, trying to make money off of it and generate hype off of it. Not cool, bro. It's terrible. That's what I just do not get. And then people will dump their life savings on that stuff. They'll be like, oh my god, this is going to be worth so much. I'm going to make $1 billion off of this. Bye, 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 bye. Whatever happened to those Asphalt NFTs? Are they worth anything now? Those Drive Syndicate NFTs? I genuinely want to know. I'm not a crypto bro at all, so I don't know anything about the NFT markets in like specific cases. I am genuinely curious if the Asphalt NFTs are worth anything these days. Because it was only like less than 6 months since they released them. Alfa Romeo NFTs. Red Bull and Mercedes F1 both do NFTs. Aston Martin did an NFT drop. Pierre Gasly did his own personal NFT drop. Everyone's doing NFTs. And it's because it generates fake money. It's all kind of pump and dumps. It's ridiculous. Like, I think it's like 90%, 80 or 90% of the grid, so 8 or 9 teams of the 10 have a crypto sponsorship. And like a huge crypto sponsorship. It's like the new cigarettes and tobacco sponsorship. You know, I bought concert tickets a few days ago. I'm gonna go see The Offspring next weekend. They're a good rock band, but kind of old, but it's gonna be a good show. Okay, regardless though, when I bought the tickets, they gave me a NFT of the ticket. They call it a digital commemorative token. Whatever. It's an NFT of the freaking tickets. And it's like, dude, who cares about the ticket to see a 30-year-old band play in Chicago on a tour? Who cares about the crypto for that? It's one thing if you have a ticket stub to like their first show, but like, I don't know, they haven't been relevant in that many years. But, Yeah, I bought tickets, and with the ticket purchase, they gave an NFT. I didn't even open it. And I'm not going to. Because I really don't care. I just want the ticket so I can, go to the show and watch the concert. I really don't care about the NFT part of it. What's that supposed to be? You're part of the family now. Am I a crypto bro? Or is that literally like offspring? You're part of the family. Someone could mint a Suzuki Meiron NFT because people are copyright infringing already. So, you could just might as well do that and just put it out there, see if anyone buys it. I think the other thing is the NFT market is so saturated that, like, if you genuinely have a good idea for digital art, it's just among a sea of just thousands and millions and millions and millions of other people's artwork attempts. And it's only ever when a celebrity backs a crypto is when it takes off. It's kind of stupid. Yeah, the blockchain doesn't lie. It's on the blockchain. You're gonna screenshot me and sell my image for 23 schmeckles. You posted cringe. I have blockchain evidence. It's on the blockchain. Ratio plus L plus you fell off plus young boy better plus you have no friends plus maidenless. Mustang just goes straight into a well. Its natural habitat. It sees a crowd all along the line. It's like, ooh, breakfast. That's the whole thing I don't get about crypto people, is let's say you put $20,000 or something ridiculous. Let's say you put your life savings into a crypto coin, and let's say it does go up to, like, let's say 50 grand. Your $20,000 is now worth 50 grand. But what people do is they keep their money in that crypto, but still buy a house or a Lambo or whatever. And then when their crypto goes back down to like $10,000, all of a sudden they're sitting at a bunch of debt. And they can't cash out to pay that debt. It's ridiculous. Like, you gotta count your chickens before they hatch. If your crypto's worth a lot, you gotta get out of there, and you need to see the cash in your hand in order for you to, actually make those kind of decisions. And even if you get your cash in hand, you gotta make sure you have enough to pay capital gains tax or any other fees that might have come up from you doing the crypto trade. But what crypto people just can't seem to get around is like, well, what their argument is that the crypto is the currency, and that they can use the crypto to buy stuff. But it's like, no, if you want to buy a house, I mean, unless you're trying to make a headline from like that Florida thing, you gotta buy the house with cash. I guarantee you that house in Florida that was a Bitcoin only sale, I guarantee you right now they won't take Bitcoin because it's worth half as what it was. I wish the housing market did that. I wish a $300,000 house just snapped in a week to $150,000 just from, you know, because crypto. That would be cool. Hey, I wish houses were priced like Luna Coin, so that they fell from, you know, $113 to like 1/100,000th of a cent. That would be great. But no, it doesn't work like that, because it's still not a true, like, currency. I feel like crypto people have kind of missed the definition of what makes a currency, what makes money, money. They'll love to use terms like fiat money, and they're printing, inflation, and yet completely fail to recognize that their currency is going through a very similar, if not identical, process. But since it's not backed by, you know, any good intentions, really, doesn't have a whole government trying to keep it afloat, just has some dudes in a basement in some other country. It's like, congratulations, you can buy pornography with your crypto. Big advance, right? Maybe you can order Domino's with your crypto. But then, like, crypto bros on Twitter will fall for, like, the stupidest phishing scams ever, and just give all their money and all their passwords to just some random kid who will just transfer it to their own account. And they'll be like, someone stole my crypto. Well, it's like, it's the internet. It's the Wild West. You got scammed like it was 2003. And yet, a lot of these crypto bros are like, you know, double my age. They were there when the internet was in its infancy, and they've fallen for the exact same thing over and over and over again. Well, that's what drives me crazy. Is like, you hit the nail on the head. It's a lot of crypto bros are just middle-aged people who have a bit of life savings trying to make an extra buck, and it's like, you know, they were there when the internet was in its infancy, where everyone was phishing scams and there was viruses and, you know, pseudonames online, and it's like, you've forgotten all that in 20 years? I get 20 years is a long time, but like, really? Like, you fall for a phishing scam? If you go on Twitter and type in something like MetaMask, you'll get like 1,000 bots sending you phishing links. Or if you type SA, or you know, some obscure crypto, you'll always get bots shilling for it. If you say lost your crypto wallet, you'll get 1,000 bots saying it. Hell, it probably is going to trigger someone in the YouTube chat to bot in some links. It makes no sense. Final lap, here we go. Morbius crypto inbound. Morbius, #1 movie in existence. When am I gonna do another night stream? I might do one this week. I was planning on hanging out with some friends sometime during the week, but if that falls through, I'll do a night stream. I don't have to study for a bit, so I can actually have that free time back. I didn't do a night stream this week because I was just trying to recover from my exam, and I took Thursday and Friday off, so I was kind of out the whole days, and I was just tired when I got back. But, you know, I'll let you guys know on Discord. I jumped into Clan Wars. Was GT3 my first GT? It was actually Gran Turismo 2. You know, I can't tell you exactly, but I believe it was Gran Turismo 2. The story goes, my parents tell me, is my first ever game was Spyro the Dragon. My first racing game was Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit. And, you know, when my memory spawned in, I had both GT2 and GT3. We had a PS1 and a PS2 at home. I just had both games. But since the PS1 was already there, like my parents already had PS1 games, I'm assuming I played GT2 first. So that's what I'm just going to put at it. I don't know. My parents have photo evidence of me playing those games when I was really, really little. But, you know, you don't spawn in your memory till like 3 or 4 years old. I remember when GT4 came out, so, you know, I definitely played GT3 before that, but I don't remember if it was GT1 or GT2 or GT3. I never actually owned GT1. I had a demo disc of GT1 when I was younger. Now I have GT1 on the PS1. But anyway, we are done with the Polyphony Digital Championship. Like, all done. That was 6 hours of driving, by the way. We're about to hit 107 hours in this playthrough. Absolute bonkers. So there you go. That was long. That was grueling. But you know what? That felt long, but that wasn't as bad as I had anticipated. I feel like the All Japan GT Championship actually took longer, despite it being a shorter championship. I felt like that dragged on more than this one. Despite these races being, you know, 40 minutes apiece. So there you go. What's the final points tally? Perfect sweep for us. Perfect second place sweep for the Z. The Skyline and the Mustang tie on points, but the Skyline wins because I think he got the better position on this race. The Lancer TME with the stripes just narrows out over the white one. Evo 6, and that's that. Another 50 grand in the bag. Yeah. I don't remember that much from when I was like really little. I remember being like, I lived in like an old house, and then we moved when I was like 3 years old, but I still remember being in my old house. But, you know, I don't remember which video games I was playing at that time. I don't remember when we got a PS2. I mean, the PS2 came out after I was born, but, you know, obviously we had one when I started remembering. Whatever. Let's even get one more replay shot while this is going, and just kind of do a post-mortem of this championship. It was long, but I liked driving the RX-7. It was a really good car, really easy to pick up. And I thought in terms of competitiveness, it was just right. Yeah, we swept the whole championship, but let's be real, I'm better than the AI. Our car was evenly matched. The Z was faster than us in a straight line, but through consistent pit strategies and just genuinely being fast, we were able to make it work. These are some good replay shots, though. I like this. I believe this is the last time we ever drive on Tokyo 2. In fact, all the 10 reverse tracks we drove on, I believe that's the last time we'll ever visit those tracks. So, there's that. And then there's some tracks that we went through the championship. I can't tell you exactly which, but we've already said our goodbyes to them. Alright, that's gonna be it for me, I think. We had a good time. So many good replay shots, but I'd be here all day. Alright guys, it has been forever, six and a half hours about, since I've seen this screen. What do we get for Polyphony Digital? Only 400 grand for 6 hours of effort. Not that good of a return on investment, but money's irrelevant at this point. We could buy anything we want in this game. Whatever. All I care about is what is the prize card we're gonna get. By the way, before we go, that is a gorgeous trophy, I will say. I think that's the only time this trophy shows up, and that is a worthy trophy. What's our prize card though? Give me something good. Sad. I already have one of these. Bruh. Okay. I think that was probably the worst prize I could have gotten. It looked like there was a Toyota GT1, a Speed 12, and an F1, and I got none of those. So, oh well. I'm not going to re-roll the prize card. So, it is what it is. I have enough money that I could just buy the prize card straight up, but there's that. Oh well. Let's wash our car and give it an oil change. You did well, RX-7. I'm proud of you. Yeah, lame. Especially we already have an Escudo. We got it from the Rally League. Good job, RX-7 though. Proud of you. Yep, another Escudo, Pikes Peak, 250,000 credits. Yuck. We did 512 miles in this car. Long Boy Championship. And yeah, pretty cool. 97.7% progress. It still seems like there's a lot, but trust me, there isn't. Only 2 events left in this game. That's the end of this segment.